bro really got reborn into hell, escaped a cage at 14 with nothing but trauma and a tiny snake, then proceeded to fuck up the entire villain system with serpent breathing and zero chill. Scars out, bandages off, Mina in his arms. This Deku has the biggest snake energy and the meanest sword in history. Peak fiction.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
Let me tell you about Izuku Midoriya. And I mean really tell you, because the story this kid lived through, the things he survived, the things he became, the absolute warpath he cut through a world that was convinced he would amount to nothing, that story deserves more than the sanitized version. It deserves the whole ugly, beautiful, venomous truth from the first breath to the final blade swing. So sit down, pay attention, because once we start, we are moving forward and we are moving fast. And if you blink, you're going to miss something that matters. Here's the thing about Izuku Midoriya that separates him from every other hero story you've ever heard. He was never supposed to exist. The world he was born into decided he was food before he could form his first word. The system designated for protecting children failed him so completely that when rescue finally came, it came a decade too late, and by then, Izuku had already rescued himself. What came after was just the world trying to catch up to someone who had already outrun it. This is the story of a boy raised in a cage who remembered a past life built for war, who picked up a sword and never put it down, and who, against every instinct his trauma carved into him, fell in love with the one person who saw him as something other than a weapon. We start where all the worst stories start. Underground. There was a syndicate operating beneath the streets of Musutafu, a matriarchal cult built around the worship of something that should have been put down the moment it drew its first breath. A massive, grotesque snake mutant with scales the color of dried blood and a jaw that could unhinge wide enough to swallow a child whole. The syndicate called it a god. They called it divine. They brought it offerings the way ancient civilizations brought offerings to volcanoes, with fear dressed up as reverence, with ceremony layered over cowardice, with children who had been selected before they were old enough to understand what selection meant. Izuku was chosen before he could walk. His mother, whoever she was, wherever she went, whatever happened to her in the bowels of that cult, handed him over or had him taken. The distinction stopped mattering a long time ago. What mattered was the cage. Reinforced wooden bars. A space barely large enough for a child to stretch out full length. Rich food delivered on a schedule so strict you could count the seconds between meals and always arrive at the same number. They were fattening him. They were keeping him healthy. They were preparing a tribute. For 14 years, Izuku lived inside that cage. 14 years. Let that land. A boy who would grow up to become one of the most devastating combat forces his generation had ever produced, spent the first decade of his life learning to count footsteps through floorboards and memorize which gaps between the bars were widest. One of them, the fourth bar from the corner on the eastern wall, had warped slightly from humidity, almost wide enough for a child's hand. Almost. He spent 3 years pressing against it during the hours when the handlers slept, trying to widen it by millimeters, feeling the wood give so imperceptibly that any rational person would have called it hopeless. Izuku did it anyway, every single time. The handlers rotated shifts. The syndicate members who fed him spoke about the offering with the kind of detached pride that people use when they've decided something monstrous is actually noble. They called him blessed. They said the god would consume him and he would become part of something greater. They said it with smiles. They said it while locking the cage door with a key that hung on a hook 3 meters away from his reach. He memorized the distance. He memorized the hook's height. He memorized everything. Because inside that cage, memorization was the only freedom available. Then the snake mutant decided the waiting was over. It came in the dead of a night that had no moonlight filtering through the single barred window above Izuku's cage. The floor groaned under its weight, a body so massive that the building's structure complained every time it moved. Izuku heard it coming from 30 seconds away. He pressed himself against the far wall of the cage. His heart was the loudest thing in the room. He was 14 years old, and he already understood, with the complete and terrible clarity that only children raised in captivity possess, that there was nowhere to go. The cage was the world. The cage had always been the world. The snake mutant reached through the bars with one clawed hand. Its other hand held a blade, curved, ritual, marked with symbols Izuku had never seen and would never forget. It grabbed his jaw with fingers that wrapped entirely around his face, squeezing until his mouth opened against his will, and then it drew the blade from the left corner of his mouth to his ear in a single pulling slash that split his cheek open to the bone. Then the right side. Mirror image. A serpent's grin carved into a child's face with the kind of force that doesn't care about screaming, because the victim's screaming is part of the ritual. The purpose was aesthetic. The tribute was supposed to resemble the god. The tribute was supposed to smile the same way the snake mutant smiled. That horrible too-wide stretching of the mouth that went beyond where human anatomy said mouths should stop. They were carving a monster's face onto a child so the monster could eat something that looked like itself. The pain was beyond anything Izuku had vocabulary for. Blood filled his mouth. Blood ran down his neck and chest and soaked the thin clothing they kept him in. The snake mutant released his jaw and withdrew from the cage with the satisfied patience of something that had completed a necessary step and would return for the final one later. The handlers locked the cage again. They left him in the unlit room to bleed, operating under the assumption that blood loss would weaken him enough for the final ritual in the morning, that he would be pliable and half gone and easy to move when the time came. They left him alone. In the stillness that followed, the kind of stillness that exists after something terrible has finished happening and the world hasn't decided yet whether it's going to continue, Izuku pressed his hands against his face and felt the warmth of his own blood and cried without sound, because he had learned years ago that sound brought attention, and attention brought nothing good. That was when something moved through the gap in the bars. Small. White. So pale it seemed to glow in the absent light. A snake. Tiny. Barely the length of Izuku's forearm, with scales like polished bone and eyes like drops of liquid amber. It slipped through the fourth bar from the corner, the one Izuku had been pressing against for 3 years, and it moved across the cage floor with the kind of purpose that small creatures usually reserve for escaping predators. Except this one was moving toward Izuku, toward the blood, toward the broken child curled against the wall. It climbed into his lap. It coiled there, a small warmth against his stomach, and pressed its flat head against his blood-soaked hand with a pressure so gentle that Izuku's breath caught in his chest. Contact. Something alive was touching him with intent that felt like comfort rather than consumption. And the shock of that, the impossible, disorienting kindness of something warm and living, choosing to be close to him rather than being forced, cracked open a wall inside Izuku's mind that had been standing since the day he was born. The seal broke. Memories flooded through him with the force of a dam giving way. An entire lifetime, someone else's lifetime, poured into a 10-year-old's consciousness in a torrent that should have destroyed him and instead filled every empty space his captivity had carved out. He saw the Demon Slayer Corps. He saw mountains, training fields, the faces of Hashira he had fought beside, and mourned. He felt the weight of a sword in hands that were his and simultaneously belonged to someone named Obanai Iguro, and the muscle memory of 1,000 battles embedded itself into his nervous system like it had always been there, waiting for the lock to turn. He saw Mitsuri. Pink hair and green eyes and a laugh that made his chest ache across 2 lifetimes. He saw her fall. He saw himself fall beside her. He saw the end of one life and the start of whatever came after. And whatever came after was this, a cage, a carved face, and a white snake who had found him the same way Kaburamaru had always found him, through the gaps that everyone else overlooked. Kaburamaru. The name rose in his mind without effort. The snake in his lap lifted its head, amber eyes meeting heterochromatic ones. One eye now burning yellow, the other deep green, both carrying a weight that had nothing to do with being 14 years old, and something wordless passed between them. A bond older than this life. A recognition that transcended the logic of reincarnation. They were together again. Izuku's hands stopped shaking. He assessed the cage with new eyes. The lock, simple, pin tumbler mechanism, 3 pins. The hook on the wall, irrelevant. There was a hairpin wedged between 2 floorboards near the cage's eastern edge, dropped by a handler weeks ago, overlooked in the gloom. He pulled it free with fingers that were still slick with blood, but moved with a steadiness that belonged to a man who had survived far worse than this and intended to survive this too. He picked the lock. 3 pins. 3 adjustments. The mechanism gave way with a click that sounded like the entire universe shifting 1 inch to the left. The cage door swung open. Izuku stood for the first time in the room without bars between him and the rest of it. His legs shook. 14 years of limited space had given him limited muscle development, and the rush of past life memories did nothing to address the physical reality of a malnourished child's body. He stumbled. He caught himself on the wall. Kaburamaru slithered up his arm and settled onto his shoulder, anchoring himself there with the comfort of long practice. There was a rusted pipe running along the wall, a drainage fixture, corroded at the joint. Izuku wrenched it free with both hands, the rust giving way in a shower of orange flakes. It was heavy. It was crude. It was a weapon. He breathed. In through the nose, held at the diaphragm, out through the mouth in a pattern that his body recognized, even if his lungs had never performed it in this lifetime. Serpent breathing. The oxygen flow shifted. His muscles, what little of them existed on a 10-year-old frame, responded with a warmth that spread from his core outward, filling his limbs with a vitality that should have been impossible, given the blood still running down his face. The hallway beyond the room held 2 handlers. They heard the cage door. They turned. They saw a child standing in the doorway with a pipe in his hands and blood painting his chest and a look in his mismatched eyes that made both of them take a step backward on pure instinct. He swung the pipe. The form was imperfect. His body was too small, too weak, too unaccustomed to the movements his soul remembered, but the principle was intact. The pipe curved through the air in an arc that followed the serpentine path his muscle memory demanded, and it caught the first handler across the wrist, hard enough to break bone. The second handler lunged. Izuku dropped beneath the grab with a spinal flexibility that made the man's hands close on air, and the pipe came up from below and caught him under the jaw with a crack that ended the conversation permanently. The hallway stretched ahead. The building was larger than the room Izuku had known for 14 years. Hallways branching, doors on either side, and somewhere in the structure, the sound of the snake mutant breathing in the cadence of sleep. Izuku moved toward the exit he had mapped from footstep patterns and door sounds over a decade of listening. Left, left, straight, right, and the final door was reinforced, but the hinges were old and the pipe was enough to pry one loose. The snake mutant was between him and the door. It was sleeping in the main chamber, coiled around its own massive body in a nest of stolen fabrics and offerings, jaw slack, breath coming in wet, rattling cycles. Izuku had to pass within 3 meters of it to reach the door. He moved. Serpent breathing kept his footfalls silent, and his heartbeat low enough that the creature's heat sense, if it had one, would register him as background temperature. Kaburamaru tracked the creature's breathing pattern and fed the rhythm directly into Izuku's awareness, the snake's head swaying in perfect counter-timing that told Izuku when to step and when to freeze. 2 meters from the door. 1 meter. His hand reached for the reinforced panel. The floorboard creaked. The snake mutant's eyes opened. Izuku turned. The creature was rising, unfurling its coils, jaw dropping open with a hiss that filled the room like steam escaping from a fracture in the earth. It saw him. It saw the open cage behind him. It saw the 2 handlers on the ground. Its expression cycled through confusion and then landed hard on rage. The fury of something whose food had decided to leave the plate. Izuku gripped the pipe. His hands were too small, his arms were too thin. His form was going to be ugly and desperate and barely functional. He attacked anyway. One stride forward. Serpent-breathing first form, or the closest approximation a 10-year-old's body could produce with a drainage pipe instead of a katana. The pipe traced a winding arc through the air and drove itself directly into the snake mutant's left eye with enough force to punch through the softer tissue behind the orbital socket. The creature screamed. The sound was inhuman and awful, and Izuku was already pulling the pipe free and turning for the door, and his legs carried him through it and into the cold of a world he had never seen before. Rain. The sky was open above him, wider than anything he had ever experienced, and the rain hit his face and mixed with the blood from his wounds, and Kaburamaru pressed tighter against his neck to avoid the cold. Izuku ran. He ran without direction, without a plan, without shoes, the torn cloth from his cage bedding pressed against his face to stem the bleeding. His legs gave out 3 blocks away. His body had finally run out of adrenaline and past life energy, the reality of being a wounded, malnourished child reasserting itself with complete authority. He collapsed against a wall in an alley and felt the world trying to pull him under. Kaburamaru coiled around his neck and hissed at the empty air as if daring it to try something. The rain kept falling. Shota Aizawa found him. Aizawa had been running a sweep of the district. Reports of a syndicate operation that had been on the Hero Association's radar for months, without enough actionable intelligence to make a move. He was 3 blocks from the warehouse when his peripheral vision caught something white and small moving against the wall. He tracked it. He found the boy. Aizawa has pulled broken people out of terrible situations before. He has carried unconscious civilians from burning buildings. He has cut zip ties off kidnapping victims. He has seen the kinds of things that heroes see when they've been in the field long enough to stop being surprised by what human beings are capable of doing to each other. The sight of this boy, 14 years old, face wrapped in blood-soaked cloth, a white snake coiled protectively around his neck, heterochromatic eyes looking up at Aizawa with an expression that was less afraid and more simply assessing. That sight went into a different category. A category Aizawa kept locked in the back of his professional mind for the things that changed the trajectory of his work. He crouched. He kept his hands visible. He spoke in a low voice that made no demands. Izuku looked at him for a long moment. Kaburamaru's tongue flickered in Aizawa's direction, reading heat, reading intent, feeding information back to Izuku through a bond that operated below the frequency of human interaction. Whatever the snake communicated, whatever assessment passed between them in that wordless exchange, it was apparently enough. Izuku let his body go slack. He let Aizawa pick him up. Aizawa carried him out of the rain. The UA medical wing became Izuku's world for the next several weeks. Recovery Girl assessed his injuries. The facial lacerations required stitches that left permanent scarring running from the corners of his mouth to his ears, and Glasgow smile carved by religious fanaticism into a child's face. The malnutrition required a staged refeeding protocol. The psychological evaluation produced results that 3 separate specialists described as unprecedented in terms of both trauma markers and cognitive function. Because despite everything, despite the cage and the cutting and the decade of isolation, Izuku's mind was operating at a level that made the specialists look at each other with the specific expression professionals wear when they've found something they don't have a framework for. He spoke very little during recovery. He trained in the medical wing's small adjoining exercise room the moment he was cleared for movement, performing breathing exercises with such focus that the observation cameras caught him maintaining a single controlled breath cycle for 4 minutes straight. He allowed Kaburamaru on his shoulder at all times and became visibly agitated when well-meaning medical staff attempted to remove the snake for hygiene purposes. Aizawa put a stop to that quickly. Once, in the middle of the night, when Aizawa came by to check on him, a habit he had developed during the first week that showed every sign of becoming permanent, Izuku was sitting upright in bed, staring at the ceiling. Kaburamaru was coiled on the pillow beside him, amber eyes reflecting the low emergency lighting. Izuku's bandages had been freshly changed that evening. clean white wrapping covering the lower half of his face, and his mismatched eyes held the kind of focus that belonged to someone making a decision rather than processing a thought. "I will eradicate every demon in this world," he said. His voice came through the bandages low and slightly muffled, carrying a hiss at its edges from the scarring beneath, "so that in my next life I can finally be born somewhere clean." Aizawa stood in the doorway and said nothing for a long time. Then he nodded once, as if agreeing to something that had been proposed rather than stated, and left. He filed the paperwork for long-term guardianship the following morning. The years between rescue and UA enrollment passed in a blur of training, recovery, and the slow assembly of a weapon from the raw materials of a broken child. Aizawa enrolled Izuku in a private martial arts program that accommodated his unconventional movement style. He commissioned the Flamberge-style katana from a weapons specialist who owed him a favor, the blade's undulating pattern matching the serpentine philosophy of everything Izuku had been practicing since his escape. The specialist watched Izuku's test cuts and asked Aizawa where the boy had learned to fight. Aizawa said, "That's classified," which was true in the sense that Aizawa himself had never received a satisfactory answer. Izuku grew. His body filled out with proper nutrition and rigorous training, lean muscle wrapping around a frame that moved with a fluidity that made other martial artists look at him sideways. He maintained the bandages over his lower face at all times. The scars beneath had healed as cleanly as possible, but the Glasgow smile they formed was the kind of thing that made people stare, and Izuku had experienced enough staring for several lifetimes. The white wrapping became his face as far as the world was concerned. His haori, striped in a pattern that Aizawa never asked about and Izuku never explained, though if you looked at historical records of the Demon Slayer Corps' Serpent Hashira, you might find a match, completed the picture. By the time he turned 15, Izuku Midoriya was already something the world had never seen before and wouldn't know how to classify when it finally saw him clearly. A quirkless boy who fought like a natural disaster. A trauma survivor who had replaced everything that was supposed to be soft in him with something that could cut. A soul carrying the weight and warcraft of 2 lifetimes, with a white snake on his shoulder and heterochromatic eyes that made people look away without understanding why. Aizawa placed him in UA's General Studies Wing as a provisional arrangement. The intention was observation, determining what to do with a student who had the combat instincts of a seasoned pro hero and the age of a first-year high schooler. Izuku accepted the placement with the same expression he applied to everything. Noted. Filed. Moving on. He trained alone in the auxiliary practice rooms. He ate alone in the corners of the cafeteria during off-peak hours. The other students, general studies kids who had their own problems and their own trajectories, registered his existence and collectively decided to leave it alone. The bandages. The heterochromatic stare. The white snake that watched you back when you looked at it too long. These were all excellent reasons to maintain a respectful distance. Nobody challenged this arrangement. The energy radiating from Izuku's corner of any room he occupied said everything that needed saying without a single word. This was fine. This was how he preferred it. Fewer complications. Fewer variables. Fewer people getting close enough to become something he'd have to care about. Then Mina Ashido opened the wrong door. The practice room Izuku had claimed, 3rd floor, East Wing, the one with the reinforced flooring that could handle the impact of his training forms, was supposed to be empty according to the reservation system. It had been empty every day since he'd started using it. The scheduling app didn't register his presence because he'd never bothered scheduling it. He just showed up at the same time each day, and the room was available because everyone else had figured out that it was his. Mina Ashido had not figured this out. Mina Ashido was new to the building layout, needed a room with acid-resistant flooring for her quirk control exercises, and the scheduling app said this room was open. So she opened the door. Inside, Izuku mid-form. His flamberge was moving through Serpent Breathing's third sequence in a continuous flow that made his body look boneless, his torso rotating at angles that put his spine through positions a chiropractor would call theoretical, the undulating blade carving air in patterns that left the visual impression of a serpent's strike multiplied by infinity. Kaburamaru was on his shoulder, perfectly balanced despite the impossible movement, head tracking the blade's path with amber eyes. Mina stood in the doorway. She watched for about 3 seconds. Her eyes moved from the blade to the body, to the snake, and her face did the specific thing that Mina Ashido's face does when she encounters something she finds genuinely cool rather than genuinely threatening, which is a distinction that she draws differently than most people. "Whoa," she said. "Cool snake." Then she sat down cross-legged against the wall, like she'd been invited, like this was a perfectly normal situation. Like finding a bandaged boy performing supernatural sword techniques with a white serpent companion was the kind of thing you simply made yourself comfortable for, the way you'd settle in to watch a good movie. Izuku stopped mid-form. His blade hung in the air. He stared at her. Kaburamaru swayed his head in her direction, tongue flickering with rapid curiosity, reading her heat signature, her body language, the complete absence of cortisol spike that would indicate fear. The snake's assessment, relayed to Izuku through their wordless bond, was something along the lines of interested, unthreatening, warm. Izuku processed this. He looked at the pink girl with black sclera and 2 small horns and an expression of genuine, uncomplicated enthusiasm, and he ran through every interaction he'd had with another person in this building since arriving. Every single one of them had involved averted eyes, widened berths, the specific body language of humans navigating around something they've decided is dangerous. This girl had walked in, complimented his snake, and sat down on his floor. He searched for the appropriate response to this situation. His past life memories offered nothing useful. Obanai Iguro's social skills had been famously terrible, and 2 lifetimes of trauma recovery had improved them by a margin best described as negligible. He went back to his training form instead. If he ignored her, she would presumably leave. She did not leave. She sat against that wall for 20 minutes, watching him move through forms with the kind of attention that suggested genuine interest rather than idle curiosity. She was quiet. No comment. No kami. No questions, just watching with her chin propped on her fist, and an expression that Izuku could only describe as entertained. After 20 minutes, she said, "You're really good." Then she stood up, stretched her arms over her head, gave Kaburamaru one last appreciative look, and left the room. The door closed behind her. Izuku stood in the center of the practice room with his blade lowered and an expression that nobody saw because of the bandages, but which Kaburamaru read through body temperature alone. Elevated heat at the ears. Mild confusion. Something he didn't have a name for. He went back to training. He added an extra 30 minutes to his routine that evening, as if additional sword forms could somehow process whatever had just happened. They could not. In the 1A common area, because Mina was a hero course student, of course she was, of course the one person who had decided to sit on his floor and compliment his snake was someone he was going to encounter regularly, the interaction became immediate social currency. Mina reported it with the enthusiasm of someone describing a wildlife encounter at a nature reserve. He's got this amazing sword that does this wavy thing, and the snake just sits on his shoulder while he moves, and I think it was watching me, and he's really fast. Bakugo, who occupied the other end of the common room with the energy of a territorial predator whose boundaries had been insulted, interrupted to inform everyone that Midoriya was a creep with a snake who does weird shit in empty rooms. And the fact that Mina found it entertaining was evident that Mina had terrible judgment. Uraraka asked if Izuku said anything scary. Mina said he didn't say anything at all. Uraraka took this as significantly more concerning than any actual verbal threat would have been. Kirishima attempted to frame the situation in terms of manly aura and was roundly ignored, which was probably fair. The next morning, Izuku's routine started at 4:30 a.m., breathing exercises, forms, a 5-kilometer run around the campus perimeter, with Kaburamaru serving as his early warning system for anything that might require attention. During the run, a piece of information he'd filed 2 days ago rose to the surface of his awareness. Mina Ashido ate lunch separately from the cafeteria's main population during peak hours. He'd noticed because her absence from the crowd was conspicuous. She was the loudest presence in any room she entered, and her sudden disappearance during the busiest lunch period had registered as a pattern break worth noting. He paid attention the next day and caught the reason. The combination of her pink skin, her horns, and her volume drew staring during peak cafeteria hours. The mutant-type students all dealt with this to varying degrees, but Mina, whose entire personality was built around being social and present and engaged, chose to eat elsewhere rather than spend 40 minutes being conscious of eyes tracking her across the room. It was a small retreat. It was the kind of thing that most people would never notice because Mina covered it with enough energy that the absence looked like a choice rather than an avoidance. Izuku noticed. The following morning, before first period, a bento box appeared near Mina's bag at her desk. Inside, tonkatsu with extra sauce, tamagoyaki rolled with the precision of someone who had looked up the technique rather than growing up making them, and a side of pickled vegetables that Mina had mentioned to Uraraka yesterday being in the mood for. She'd said it in passing. She'd said it in a hallway. Izuku had been 30 meters away. There was nothing attached to the bento, nothing identifying, nothing that could be traced back unless someone was watching the training room at 5:47 a.m. and saw a bandaged boy with a white snake leave through the east door, carrying a wrapped box with an expression of absolute refusal to acknowledge what he was doing. Aizawa was watching. Aizawa saw. Aizawa's face did something invisible and maintained its position, and he wrote nothing in his notebook because some things are better left undocumented. Mina unwrapped the bento with the expression of someone experiencing a genuine mystery. She looked around the classroom. She checked for a note. She checked again. She looked at the food. Exactly what she'd been craving. Exactly the items she'd mentioned out loud. And her face did a slow journey from confusion to touch to confused again. Did someone leave this for me? She asked the room at large. Silence. Jiro shrugged. Kaminari suggested it was haunted food. Tokoyami said that Dark Shadow occasionally left offerings, but never this sophisticated. Mina ate the bento anyway because it smelled amazing. And the mystery of its origin became the kind of low-grade social puzzle that the class would return to periodically without solving. Izuku, in his general studies wing classroom 2 floors away, ate rice and fish from a convenience store container and felt Kaburamaru's warmth shift against his neck in what the snake probably meant as approval. He did not acknowledge the shift. He absolutely did not feel satisfied. He ate his fish and looked at the wall. The day after the bento incident, Izuku was returning to campus from an afternoon training route. A circuit he ran through the neighborhood adjacent to UA, pushing his breathing technique through longer endurance intervals. Kaburamaru was alert on his shoulder, head sweeping the street with the automated vigilance of a creature born for surveillance. 2 blocks from the campus perimeter wall, the snake's body tensed. Information arrived in Izuku's awareness through the bond. 4 heat signatures clustered around a single signature. The single signature was warmer than baseline. Acid quirk user, elevated skin temperature, hormonal patterns consistent with stress response. The cluster was moving closer to the single. Izuku changed direction. He covered 40 meters of street at a speed that turned heads from passing pedestrians. The scene came into view. 4 boys, late teens, civilian clothing, clustered around a wall where Mina Ashido was standing with her back pressed against the brick, and her expression doing its best to stay unaffected. The boys were talking. Their remarks about her appearance were getting uglier by the second. Mutant jokes, comments about her skin, suggestions about what other parts of her might be pink. The specific register of harassment that exists halfway between bravado and genuine threat. Mina's hands were at her sides. Acid was pooling between her fingers. She could melt their faces. She was choosing restraint because she was a hero student and they were civilians, and the math of that equation said she had to take it. Her expression was still smiling. The smile was getting thinner. Izuku landed from the top of the boundary wall without a sound. His feet met the pavement behind the cluster with the silence of a predator completing its approach vector. One hand rested on the hilt of his flamberg. Kaburamaru's eyes locked onto the nearest boy's spine. "You filthy, creeping maggots make my skin crawl," he hissed through his bandages. 4 heads turned. 4 sets of eyes found heterochromatic yellow and green, bandaged face, white snake, wavy sword, and the kind of posture that communicates violence as a settled decision rather than a building possibility. The nearest boy opened his mouth to say something brave. His mouth stayed open without producing words because his brain had just received a message from his survival instincts that overrode his vocal system. Izuku drew the blade. The sound of steel clearing the sheath filled the street. Then he reversed his grip and drove the scabbard into the first boy's knee with a motion so fluid it looked choreographed. The boy dropped. The second boy's pressure point, the nerve cluster below the ear, received the scabbard's pommel while Izuku's body was still flowing through the momentum of the first strike, his torso rotating with that serpentine fluidity that made each movement look like the continuation of the previous one rather than a separate action. The third boy tried to run. Izuku's foot swept him at the ankle, and the scabbard caught him across the lower back on the way down. The fourth had time to take a single step backward before the sheathed sword arrived at his solar plexus and expelled every ounce of air his lungs contained. 3 seconds. 4 bodies on the ground. The blade had never left its sheath for any of them. They weren't worth the edge. Izuku turned toward Mina. His eyes passed over her face, just a flicker, just a fraction of a second, before landing on a point approximately 6 inches to the left of her head. He reached into his bag and tossed her a wrapped package without comment, without explanation, without any indication on his face or in his body language that what he'd just done was connected to anything he felt. Inside the package, a pair of green and yellow striped, chemically resistant thigh-high socks, custom-made. Acid-resistant polymer woven into the fabric at a density sufficient to prevent the skin irritation he'd observed during her quirk control exercises 2 weeks ago. The slight reddening at her calves that she hid with longer pants and never mentioned, because she decided it was just part of having her power. He saw it. He made something about it. He gave it to her without eye contact or ceremony and turned on his heel and walked away before she'd finished unwrapping the package. Behind him, Mina holding the socks with an expression that defied categorization. 4 boys on the pavement making various sounds of distress. A white snake on a bandaged boy's shoulder, head turned backward to watch Mina's reaction for exactly 2 seconds longer than its owner would have permitted. Mina showed up to class the next morning wearing the socks. They were visible beneath her uniform skirt, green and yellow stripes running from above her knee to the top of her shoes. Jiro noticed immediately because Jiro noticed everything that involved clothing choices. "Where did those come from?" Jiro asked. "Midoriya threw them at me," Mina said, and the way she said it, with the tone of someone who finds the delivery method more noteworthy than the gift itself, communicated everything and nothing simultaneously. The classroom went silent for 3 full seconds. Todoroki, from his seat by the window, said, "That seems unlike him." Everyone stared at Todoroki. This was the most interpersonally engaged statement Todoroki had produced since the semester began, and the fact that he'd chosen to spend it defending the bandaged snake boy from the General Studies wing was a data point that nobody knew how to process. Todoroki returned his attention to the window as if he'd said nothing remarkable. Bakugo slammed his fist against his desk and said something profane about extras receiving gifts they didn't deserve, which everyone ignored because Bakugo's opinions about Midoriya had already been categorized as irrational and therefore unhelpful. In the General Studies wing, Izuku was performing morning breathing exercises in his claimed practice room and feeling Kaburamaru's steady presence on his shoulder and absolutely refusing to think about whether the socks fit properly or whether she was wearing them or whether she liked the color choice. He ran through forms twice. He added weight to his training blade. He pushed his third form rotation speed up by 12% and called it a productive morning. Aizawa observed all of this. The bento, the socks, the dispatching of 4 harassers, the aggressive avoidance of eye contact, and made a decision. Whatever was happening here was happening on its own timeline. and the best thing he could do as a guardian was ensure that Izuku had access to the environment where this version of him, the version capable of making food for someone, of crafting protective clothing, of placing himself between a pink girl and danger, could continue to develop. He filed the transfer paperwork that afternoon. General Studies to Hero course. Class 1A. The UA practical entrance exam had technically already passed. Izuku had been admitted through Aizawa's provisional placement, but for the transfer to be formalized, he needed an official score on record. Thus, Aizawa arranged for a special administration of the exam with the principal's approval, which came with the speed of someone who had seen the training room footage and was very curious about what would happen when you put this particular student in a scored combat environment. The exam venue was the same urban zone simulation facility used for the standard test. Izuku walked through the entrance gate behind a cluster of other late admission candidates, students from other programs being given a second shot at the hero course through the sports festival path, which hadn't happened yet, which meant Izuku was the only one present who was being tested individually by arrangement. The other examinees looked at him. The bandages, the haori, the snake, the sword. Strapped across his back, the undulating shape of the flamberg visible through its cloth wrapping, the kind of weapon that civilian examinees had never seen in a testing environment. They gave him space. Instinct, probably. The same instinct that makes smaller animals widen their path when something with predator energy passes through. Present Mike's voice boomed over the loudspeakers. The rules, the point values, the time limit. Everything was standard, everything was straightforward. Izuku listened with one ear and kept the other on Kaburamaru's steady presence, scanning the field. The gates opened. Every other examinee ran. Izuku walked. His gait was fluid and unhurried, the boneless, rolling stride of someone whose body has internalized serpentine movement as its default state. His spine moved with each step in a way that made his torso look like it was flowing forward rather than being carried. Kaburamaru's head swept the field in continuous arcs, reading heat signatures through concrete walls, mapping robot positions before visual confirmation was possible, feeding the tactical picture directly into Izuku's awareness. A 3-point robot emerged from a side street 20 meters ahead, its targeting array locked onto Izuku's heat signature, and its reinforced limbs oriented for a charge. Izuku drew his blade. Serpent breathing. First form, winding serpent slash. The flamberge left its sheath and did something that took every nearby examinee a full second to understand. It curved. The slash did not travel in the straight line that sword physics demanded. It traced an undulating arc through the air, the blade's rippled edge catching the light in a pattern that looked like a living thing rather than a piece of metal, threading itself through the microscopic gap between the robot's chest plating and its shoulder joint. The hydraulic lines running through that gap, the arteries of the machine's movement system separated in a single pass. The 3-pointer shuddered. Its limbs went slack. It folded to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been severed simultaneously, collapsing into a heap of inert metal without explosion, without dramatic impact, without any of the spectacular destruction that the other examinees were producing with their quirks across the field. It just stopped. Cleanly. Completely. The examinees who had paused to watch stared at the heap of robot and then at the boy who was already walking past it toward the next target, his blade resting against his shoulder. A cluster of 3 one-pointers rounded a corner ahead. Izuku's pace increased. Still walking, but the walking had shifted into something faster, his footwork following a serpentine path that carried him between the machines before their targeting systems could lock. He was inside their effective range before their arms finished orienting. Third form, coil choke. 1 revolution around the nearest robot's midsection, his body wrapping the arc with a velocity that turned him into a blur of striped haori and flashing steel. The blade followed the curve of his orbit, carving through the joint work of all 3 machines in a single continuous pass that connected them in a sequence. He completed the revolution and all 3 robots dropped in the order he'd passed them. 1, 2, 3. The timing so clean it looked rehearsed. Izuku kept walking. In the observation booth overlooking the exam zone, Present Mike had stopped narrating. His microphone was live and producing dead air because the hero with the loudest voice in Japan had run out of things to say that matched what he was watching. Midnight was holding her scoring clipboard at an angle that would make writing physically impossible. Her attention locked on the monitor showing Izuku's zone with an expression that combined professional assessment with something closer to disbelief. Cementos was leaning forward in his chair. Ectoplasm had multiplied a clone specifically to take notes while his original self continued watching without blinking. Aizawa, present by arrangement, kept his face neutral. The corner of his mouth might have moved. If anyone had been watching him instead of the monitors, they might have called it satisfaction. They would have been right. The exam continued. Izuku's point total climbed at a rate that drew other examinees toward his zone. The smart ones, the observant ones, the ones who realized that wherever this boy was heading, he was leaving cleared streets in his wake, and they could collect whatever scraps his efficiency missed. He missed very little. In another sector of the exam zone, Bakugo was destroying robots with the explosive fury that defined everything he did. His detonations echoed across the facility like artillery fire, each explosion announcing his location to anyone within 3 blocks. He was accumulating points at an impressive rate. He was also completely unaware that someone on the other side of the facility was outpacing him with 0 noise and 0 explosions and 0 anything except a curved sword and movement that belonged in a different century. 7 minutes into the exam, Izuku's count, 47 points. Bakugo's count, 39. The gap was widening. Then the ground shook. The 0-pointer rose from behind a row of buildings at the far end of the exam zone with the slow inevitability of a mountain deciding to move. Its shadow covered 3 city blocks. Its foot, when it landed, produced a shockwave that cracked the pavement in radiating lines from the impact point. The noise of its emergence was less a sound and more a vibration that entered through the feet and traveled up the spine. Every examinee in the vicinity stopped what they were doing and looked up. Then they ran, every examinee except 2. Izuku stopped and turned toward the 0-pointer. Kaburamaru's head snapped in the same direction, body coiling tighter against Izuku's shoulder, amber eyes locked on the machine. His assessment came through the bond, massive heat signature, primary structural weakness at the neck joint, approach angle compromised by debris field, but that assessment was secondary. What Kaburamaru had actually flagged, the reason his body tensed and his hiss rose to a frequency that made Izuku's blood go cold, was the heat signature pinned between the 0-pointer's approach path and a collapsed section of wall. A signature that burned warmer than baseline. Acid quirk user. Elevated stress response. Mina. She was pressing her hands against the collapsed wall, acid eating into the concrete, trying to melt an exit path. It was working, but too slowly. The 0-pointer was oriented toward her. Its next step would close the distance. Her acid was eating through the wall at a rate that would get her free in about 30 seconds. The robot would reach her in 12. Kaburamaru hissed sharp enough to cut air. Izuku was already moving. His legs carried him forward at a sprint that put everything his training had developed into his stride, his breathing technique flooding oxygen into muscles that responded with a speed beyond what quirkless human physiology should produce. He hit a falling concrete panel, a piece of building knocked loose by the 0-pointer's first step, and ran up its surface at an angle that physics politely suggested was impossible and his body ignored. The panel's edge launched him. He hit the 0-pointer's shoulder and kept going. His feet found the machine's armored surface, and his momentum carried him around the curve of its torso with a centripetal force maintained entirely by his own movement, his own balance, his own impossible spinal flexibility, allowing him to cling to angles that would throw any other human body off like a centrifuge. Third form, coil choke. His blade extended as he orbited. The flamberge's undulating edge caught the light of the afternoon sun and threw it in rippling patterns across the exam zone as Izuku's body wrapped around the 0-pointer's neck joint in a single continuous revolution. The slash followed his arc, above, below, lateral, diagonal, every angle available, the blade's curve allowing it to bite into the joint from directions a straight sword could never reach. He was carving a ring around the robot's structural connection point, while his body used the machine's own architecture as a racetrack, velocity increasing with each degree of rotation completed, one full revolution. The cut connected. The zero-pointer's head separated from its shoulders with the slow, grinding grace of something too massive to fall quickly. It tilted. It leaned. It dropped. 50 meters of metal skull descending toward the street below with a momentum that would crack foundations. The impact shook the entire exam zone. Windows within 2 blocks shattered outward. The shockwave flattened debris piles and pushed standing examinees back 3 steps. Izuku dropped from the headless body in a controlled descent, Howery catching the displaced air, flamberge extended in one hand. He caught Mina around the waist with his free arm before she could step into the radius of falling debris. One smooth motion, her body against his for exactly the amount of time required to relocate her 2 meters to the left, and then he released her and straightened his Howery and looked at absolutely anything other than her face. On Mina's calves, green and yellow striped socks. The arena sat in the kind of silence that happens when a large group of people are all processing the same impossible thing simultaneously and arriving at the same lack of words. Examinees who had been running away from the zero-pointer were now standing still, facing the direction they'd been running from, mouths open, brains rebooting. Mina was looking at Izuku. Her hands were pressed against her own cheeks. Her expression was doing about 7 things at once, and every single one of them was a different shade of amazed. Izuku was already walking away from the wreckage, blade against his shoulder, Kaburamaru settling back into his resting position as if the last 40 seconds had been a minor scheduling disruption rather than the most spectacular single combat action in entrance exam history. In the observation booth, Present Mike finally found words. "What?" he said into the microphone, which broadcast to the entire exam zone and communicated approximately the same amount of articulate analysis as everyone present was capable of producing. Midnight put her clipboard down. She picked it up again. She wrote something. She stopped writing and just watched the monitor showing Izuku's retreating back. Ectoplasm's clone had stopped taking notes because his hand had stopped moving. His original was leaning so far forward in his chair that he was in danger of tipping. Aizawa uncrossed his arms and allowed himself a single, slow exhale. If he were a different person, he might have smiled. He was who he was, so instead his posture relaxed by approximately 2 degrees, and his eyes tracked his ward on the monitor with something that anyone watching closely would have identified as pride. On the ground floor, an examinee who had been in Bakugo's sector came sprinting around a corner, saw the headless zero-pointer, saw the ring cut at its neck, and started looking around for whatever pro-hero had shown up to handle the situation. He found only Izuku walking away. He looked at the robot again. He looked at Izuku. His face went through a journey. Bakugo found out 40 minutes later. He had been in the processing center reviewing his point total. 44 robots, an impressive haul by any standard, good enough for a top 3 placement in most exam years. When a nearby examinee mentioned that someone in the Eastern Zone had beaten his count by a margin that made the comparison embarrassing, Bakugo asked, "Who?" The examinee pointed at the board where the top scores were being compiled. First place, Izuku Midoriya, 77 villain points, 0 rescue points needed. Bakugo's jaw did something that several nearby examinees would later describe independently as kind of terrifying to witness. His palms started smoking. The examinee who had pointed backed away with the self-preservation instincts of someone who recognized the warning signs of an imminent explosion. Bakugo said nothing. His eyes fixed on the score and stayed there for a duration that people around him found deeply uncomfortable. Recovery Girl's final assessment of Izuku's exam performance was concise. 0 injuries sustained, 0 property damage to anything that was not a designated target, and the highest villain point total in the entrance exam's entire recorded history. She noted this with the expression of a medical professional who had expected to be busy after the exam, and was instead filling out a single unremarkable form. The transfer to Class 1A was formalized the following week. Izuku Midoriya was officially a hero course student. He took his seat in the back of the classroom on his first official day with the energy of someone arriving at a mandatory appointment they intend to survive rather than enjoy. Kaburamaru coiled on the desk in front of him, amber eyes sweeping the room's occupants in a slow pan that made every student his gaze passed over feel individually assessed. Izuku's heterochromatic eyes were visible above his bandages, fixed on the middle distance, acknowledging nothing. The class had already heard about him. The entrance exam footage had circulated through 1A's group chat within hours of the results posting. Someone had captured the zero-pointer moment on their phone from across the exam zone, and the low-quality video of a boy-shaped blur orbiting a massive robot and removing its head in a single revolution had been watched, rewatched, and discussed with the kind of intensity usually reserved for pro-hero debut fights. The boy in the video was now in their classroom, with his snake, looking at all of them with an expression that suggested he'd already decided they were irrelevant to his objectives. Kirishima tried to introduce himself. He walked up to Izuku's desk with the confidence of someone whose entire personality was built on direct action, extended his hand and said, "Hey man, I'm Kirishima. That entrance exam thing was super manly." Izuku looked at the hand. He looked at Kirishima's face. Kaburamaru turned his head toward Kirishima and flickered his tongue in a way that might have been greeting or might have been assessment. "Midoriya," Izuku said through his bandages. His voice came out low and slightly hissing, and carried the weight of someone who considered this exchange complete. Kirishima retracted his hand with the specific expression of a man who had just received the most efficient introduction of his life and was deciding whether to be impressed or concerned. He chose impressed because that was what Kirishima always chose, and returned to his desk to inform Kaminari that Midoriya was intense but probably cool. Kaminari said, "Dude, the snake looked at me like it was calculating my threat level," which was accurate and probably meant Kaburamaru had decided Kaminari's threat level was negligible. Mina, from her desk 3 rows ahead of Izuku, turned around and gave Kaburamaru a little finger wave. The snake raised his head and swayed in her direction with a motion that anyone familiar with reptile behavior would recognize as pleased recognition. Izuku kept his eyes fixed forward with an intensity that suggested the blackboard had become the most fascinating object in existence. Bakugo took this personally. Bakugo took everything about Izuku personally. The existence of someone who had outscored him without a quirk. The existence of someone who moved through the school with an authority that rivaled his own. The existence of someone who looked at Bakugo, who had been told since age 4 that he was exceptional, that his power was the strongest, that his future was the brightest, with the flat, assessing gaze of a person evaluating a threat and finding it insufficient. This was intolerable. This required correction. The opportunity came during the battle trial exercise, All Might's indoor combat simulation designed to test hero students' ability to function in team-based conflict scenarios. The assignment was randomized. Partners were drawn. Izuku was assigned to the defending team. Bakugo, through what he would have called fate and what everyone else called bad luck, was assigned to the attacking team in the same match. Bakugo didn't wait for the exercise to begin properly. He found Izuku in the training building between periods, a move that violated roughly 6 school regulations and demonstrated the specific quality of judgment that Bakugo applied to anything involving his pride. He came at full power, gauntlets active, no warm-up, no announcement. "I'm gonna melt that mask off your face," Bakugo roared, and his palms erupted. A full-power explosion detonated directly at Izuku's head. The heat and force of it turned the air orange, and the training room wall behind Izuku's previous position into a scorched crater. The blast radius should have encompassed everything in a 2-meter sphere. Izuku's spine bent backward. His torso folded at an angle that looked like someone had replaced his vertebrae with ball joints, his face dropping below the explosion's path, his hair lifting in the shockwave's wake. The fire-scorched air molecules that Izuku had already vacated. He came back upright with a fluid, rolling motion that shouldn't have been anatomically achievable. his body flowing from the backward fold into a standing position through a path that passed through angles that made the watching eye lose track of what was spine and what was momentum. He looked at Bakugo. Through the bandages, his expression carried the weight of someone who had just witnessed something profoundly unimpressive and was deciding whether to waste breath saying so. "You bark like a rabid dog," he said. "It's pathetic." Bakugo's face went red. His hands erupted again. Rapid burst explosions, corner to corner, floor to ceiling, the training room filling with smoke and superheated pressure as he tried to paint every available inch of space with detonation. This was his answer to everything. More force, more coverage, more power, until the entire environment was too dangerous for anything to exist in. It had worked against every sparring partner, every villain simulation, every training scenario that UA, and had thrown at him. It worked against people who moved in straight lines. Izuku flowed through the barrage. His body found the spaces between explosions the way water finds gaps in a broken wall. Each detonation arrived at a position he had already departed, his movement carrying him through the chaos with a fluid impossibility that made the explosions look like they were being thrown at a mirage. He bent, he curved, he slithered through the superheated air with his spine doing things that would have made an anatomist cry. And every single blast Bakugo produced met empty space where Izuku had been half a second earlier. Bakugo's breathing was getting ragged. His palms were producing steam, the overuse indicator that meant his sweat glands were approaching the limit of their nitroglycerin output. He was throwing everything he had. Everything he had was irrelevant. Izuku stopped evading. He stepped into the last explosion's fade, emerging from the dissipating heat with his haori singed at the edges and his bandages untouched, and his flamberg finally clearing its sheath with a whisper of steel on wood. Fifth form, Slithering Serpent. The blade moved low, ground level, the flamberge sweeping outward in a wide, impossible arc that traveled behind Bakugo's field of vision, while Izuku's body dropped into a stance so low he was nearly parallel with the floor. The undulating blade hooked Bakugo's wrist from behind, the curve of the steel catching his arm at the joint and torquing his body weight sideways with a leverage that used his own mass against him. His balance shattered. His compensation blast fired into the ceiling because his arm was already off-axis, and aiming was a lost cause. The pommel of the flamberge met Bakugo's temple. The sound it made was final. Bakugo hit the concrete floor with his full weight. He stayed there. His palms produced small sparks against the ground, the last reflexive firings of a consciousness that was shutting down for safety rather than choice. His eyes were open, but unfocused, his expression frozen in the terminal stage of a realization that was still processing when the lights went out. He had just lost. Completely. Without his opponent sustaining a single meaningful hit, Izuku stood over him. He held the pose for 3 seconds, flamberge resting against his shoulder, heterochromatic eyes looking down at Bakugo's prone form with something that lived in the space between contempt and pity. He found neither satisfying. He found the entire encounter the way someone finds a chore they've completed. Done. You don't know the first thing about fighting for your life. He stepped over Bakugo's body. He walked toward the exit. He sheathed his blade. What waited for him outside? 12 members of Class 1A pressed against the training building's windows with expressions ranging from shock to awe to something that defied categorization. They'd heard the explosions. They'd come running. They'd arrived in time to see the last 15 seconds. The blade hooking Bakugo's wrist, the pommel strike, the fall. And those 15 seconds had restructured everything they thought they understood about the hierarchy of their class. Mina had both hands pressed over her mouth. Her eyes were wide enough to show the full contrast of her black sclera against her pink skin. And behind her hands, her expression was doing something that combined shock and fascination in a ratio she wasn't prepared to examine yet. She watched Izuku emerge from the building, his haori settling around his shoulders, Kaburamaru readjusting his coil position with the unbothered energy of a creature who had never doubted the outcome. Uraraka looked like she'd witnessed something that had altered her understanding of physical possibility. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest, and she was saying something soft and inarticulate that might have been, "Oh my God," repeated at various volumes. Kirishima said very quietly, "That was manly." His voice carried genuine reverence. Sero beside him was nodding slowly, his eyes still fixed on the building's door. Kaminari's mouth was open and producing no sound, which was unprecedented. Todoroki stood slightly apart from the cluster, arms crossed, both eyes tracking Izuku as he walked past the group without acknowledging any of them. Todoroki's face, usually operating at a range between blank and mildly interested, was doing something specific, something calculating. The look of someone who has just identified a variable they need to account for, and is restructuring their entire framework accordingly. Yaoyorozu had one hand on her chin and the other holding her phone, on which she had been timing the encounter. 47 secs, she said to no one in particular. From first engagement to conclusion, 47 seconds. She looked at her phone as if the numbers were lying. Aizawa materialized from somewhere behind the student cluster with the silent efficiency of a man who had been positioned near this building for reasons he would never officially state. He looked at the students. He looked at the building. He pulled a notebook from his pocket and wrote something with an expression of complete neutrality. Inside the building, Bakugo was sitting up. His hand was on his temple where the pommel had landed, his expression cycling through fury, confusion, and something that lived beneath both of those. Something that looked, if you were generous, like the first stage of understanding that the world was larger than he had been led to believe. He would process this for days. He would come back angrier, louder, more determined. He would also come back having started very privately, in a place he would never show anyone, to train differently, to watch how Izuku moved, to study the principle behind the serpentine evasion instead of just trying to overpower it. But that was later. For now, the only thing that mattered was the image that burned itself into Class 1A's collective memory. Izuku Midoriya, walking past them without a word, his striped haori settling against his back, his white snake's amber eyes sweeping across the watching students with something that might have been amusement, and behind him, behind all of it, Bakugo Katsuki on the floor of a training room, beaten without contest by a boy with no quirk and a wavy sword and absolutely zero interest in explaining himself. Mina caught up to Izuku in the hallway 6 minutes later. She fell into step beside him with the easy confidence of someone who either didn't notice the do not approach energy or had decided it was optional. Kaburamaru turned his head in her direction immediately, that pleased sway, the tongue flicker that meant recognition. "So," Mina said, keeping her tone conversational, walking at his pace, which was faster than most people's comfortable stride, "that was cool." Izuku kept walking, his jaw tightened beneath his bandages. The tips of his ears were doing something he was grateful his haori's collar concealed. "I mean, the move at the end? With the pommel?" Mina continued, undeterred by his silence. "That was extremely cool. The sound it made was kind of scary, though. Is Bakugo gonna be okay?" Izuku produced a single syllable through his bandages that might have been fine, and might have been and communicated roughly the same amount of information either way. "Cool," Mina said. She reached out and ran one fingertip along Kaburamaru's spine where the snake rested on Izuku's shoulder. Kaburamaru arched into the touch the way a cat does, an unconscious pleasure response that made his small body curve toward her hand. Mina grinned. "He likes me." Izuku said nothing. His walking speed increased by approximately 10%. Mina matched it without comment. Behind them, at the end of the hallway, Ojiro and Tokoyami had witnessed this interaction and were looking at each other with the specific expression of people who have just observed something they feel unequipped to interpret. Ojiro opened his mouth. Tokoyami shook his head slowly, as if to say, "Don't ask me. I don't know either." The weeks between the battle trial and the USJ incident passed in a rhythm that became Class 1A's new normal. A normal that now included a bandaged boy with a white snake who sat in the back of the room and said almost nothing, and periodically demonstrated physical capabilities that restructured everyone's understanding of what Quirkless actually meant. They adjusted. Humans adjust to almost anything, and a class of hero students adjusted faster than most. The adjustment looked like this. Izuku trained alone in the mornings, performed adequately to devastatingly in all combat exercises, maintained his position at the top of every physical assessment metric, and engaged with his classmates at a level best described as present but uninvested. He answered when spoken to. He participated when required. He produced homework of a quality that suggested either genius-level comprehension or the focus of someone who treats every task, no matter how minor, as something that deserves full effort. The adjustment also looked like this. Mina kept sitting in his space. She showed up at his practice room twice a week, always claiming she was there for the flooring, always staying to watch. She started bringing water bottles, one for herself, one that she'd leave near his bag. She talked to Kaburamaru during the breaks between his form sets, holding one-sided conversations that the snake appeared to follow with genuine attention, his head tracking her words the way he tracked threat sources in combat. She never pushed Izuku to talk. She just occupied his space with the warmth of someone who had decided this was where she wanted to be and didn't require his permission. The class watched this develop with the fascinated horror of people observing a nature documentary where a small, brightly colored animal has decided to befriend a predator. Kaminari established a running theory that Mina was immune to fear. Jiro suggested it was less immunity and more that Mina's threat assessment algorithm was fundamentally different from normal humans. Tokoyami said, "The light seeks the void," which was poetic but unhelpful. Kirishima just said, "respect," which was the most useful contribution anyone made. Izuku, for his part, did not tell Mina to leave. He did not adjust his training to be less intense when she was present. He did not acknowledge her water bottles, but they were always empty by the time he left. Once, after she mentioned offhand that her horn maintenance required a specific type of file that was hard to find, a package containing 3 of them appeared in her locker the next morning. She didn't even ask who. She just looked at the package, looked toward the east wing where she knew Izuku's morning routine took him past the lockers at 5:30 a.m., and smiled in a way that made Uraraka, who witnessed this from 2 lockers down, clutch her chest and whisper, "Oh no. Oh no, this is happening." It was happening. Nobody involved was willing to use words for it, which made it both obvious and completely unconfirmed, which made the class simultaneously desperate and unable to interfere. Then, the USJ happened, and everything that had been building in the background became the foreground overnight. The unforeseen simulation joint was supposed to be a standard rescue training exercise, a facility with multiple biome zones designed to simulate disaster scenarios, staffed by Class 1A and supervised by Aizawa and 13. The bus ride to the facility was uneventful. Izuku sat in the back. Kaburamaru was coiled on his lap, head resting on Izuku's knee, amber eyes half-lidded in what passed for rest in a creature that never fully dropped its guard. The facility was impressive in scope. Flood zones, collapse zones, fire zones, a central plaza connecting them all. Class 1A filed in with the scattered energy of students who were expecting a training day and had dressed accordingly. 13 began the orientation speech. Kaburamaru's head snapped up. The snake's body went rigid on Izuku's shoulder, every muscle contracting, his head orienting toward the facility's main entrance, tongue extending in rapid-fire flickers that meant incoming, threat, now. The information hit Izuku's awareness like cold water, multiple heat signatures materializing at the center of the facility, dozens of them. Appearing from nothing, a spatial displacement, a warp gate, something that was bypassing the facility's security entirely. Izuku was on his feet and moving before anyone else in the class processed the change. He covered the distance between his position and Mina's position in 3 strides, placing himself between her and the facility's center, his hand already on his hilt. "Kaburamaru, keep your eyes open," he said, very quietly. The white snake spread across his shoulders, head rotating in that slow, predatory sweep that meant full combat awareness was active. Every heat source in the facility was now mapped in Izuku's mind. Locations, movement patterns, threat categories assessed by size and speed. The warp gate bloomed open at the center of the facility. Purple-black mist expanding into a doorway through which figures began to emerge. Dozens of them, armed, varied in size and appearance, their body language carrying the specific confidence of people who have come to a location expecting to cause harm. In the center of the forming crowd, a thin figure with hands covering his face, pale hair, a stance that communicated bored malice. Beside him, the mist condensed into a shape with glowing eyes. Kurogiri, the warp villain, his body the gateway itself. And behind them both, unfolding from the ground like something being assembled in real time. The Nomu. Black-skinned, exposed brain, musculature that looked like it had been designed by someone who thought biology was a sport with a scoring system. Its presence dropped the temperature of the entire facility by several degrees, the psychic weight of something built to destroy, pushing outward in a wave that every student felt in their chest. Shigaraki, that was his name. Izuku's instincts supplied, the information arriving through threat assessment patterns inherited from a lifetime of fighting things that wanted to end the world, surveyed the scattered students with the expression of someone evaluating a menu. His voice carried across the facility, high and scratchy and utterly unconcerned. Is All Might here? I was hoping All Might would be here. He wasn't. All Might was across the city. The timeline of rescue was minutes away at best, and minutes in this environment were a currency that the villains held in far greater supply than the students. The chaos was immediate. Kurogiri's warp gates opened beneath and around the students, scattering them across the facility's zones. A divide-and-conquer strategy that sent clusters of students into flood zones, collapse zones, fire zones, each paired with groups of lower-tier villains designed to overwhelm through numbers while the main force held the center. Students vanished through the portals. Screams scattered across the facility. Izuku did the opposite of scatter. He moved toward the center. Aizawa was already engaging, his capture tape extending, his eyes erasing quirks across the villain crowd, his body moving with the efficiency of a career hero dealing with a situation that had gone wrong in every available direction. He was handling multiple opponents simultaneously and winning, but the math was wrong. There were too many, and they were between him and the Nomu was starting to move. Izuku assessed the field. Kaburamaru's map updated in real time. Shigaraki at the center, 18 villains engaged with Aizawa, the Nomu oriented toward the central plaza where Aizawa was fighting, and his chest went cold. 4 villains had broken off from the main group and were moving toward the cluster of students who hadn't been warped. Toward the entrance. Toward Mina, who was still there, who hadn't been displaced, who was standing with 13 and a handful of other students near the facility's main door. The Nomu stepped forward. Its fist descended toward Aizawa with force that cracked the air itself, the displacement wave arriving before the impact did. Aizawa dodged, barely, his body rolling away from the crater the fist produced in the concrete. Izuku made his choice. The Nomu first, he crossed the distance in seconds, his serpent breathing technique driving his speed beyond what should have been possible for a body without a quirk. He hit the edge of the Nomu's engagement radius and went inside it, past the reach of those massive arms, inside the zone where its fists couldn't generate full force, moving the way he always moved, into the spaces that the enemy's instincts said were covered. Second form, venom fangs of the narrow head. The blade traced its arc, a single fluid rotation that carried the Flamberg's undulating edge behind the Nomu's knee joints. The curve of the sword followed the anatomy of the tendons with a fidelity that spoke to something more than training. This was instinct. Past life muscle memory, the inherited knowledge of a swordsman who had spent years learning where flesh gave way fastest. Both tendons separated. The Flamberg's wave-patterned edge slid through them in the way water follows gravity, along the path that offered least resistance, finding the structural weakness that a straight blade might have bounced off of and exploiting it completely. The Nomu's legs buckled. The creature crashed forward, its upper body slamming into the concrete with a force that sent cracks radiating outward in a starburst pattern. Its regeneration was already firing, the tendons trying to reconnect, the severed tissue reaching for itself across the gap. But the gap was there. For however many seconds that regeneration needed, the Nomu was grounded. Aizawa stared. His capture tape hung loose in one hand. His expression, usually operating somewhere between tired and unimpressed, broke its default for the first time in months. He was looking at the Nomu on the ground and at Izuku standing behind it and at the blade in Izuku's hand that still had black blood on its edge, and his mind was doing the math of what had just happened. His student had hamstrung a creature built to fight All Might, but Izuku was already turning away, because Kaburamaru's map was updating, because the 4 villains who had broken off were closer to the entrance now, because Shigaraki had vanished from his previous position. The thin figure with the hands on his face, dissolving into Kurogiri's mist and reappearing at the edge of the facility's entrance zone, where the warp-displaced students had been, where 13 was trying to coordinate an evacuation, where Mina, Shigaraki materialized from the mist 3 meters behind Mina Ashido. His hand extended, all 5 fingers spread, the decay quirk active, the air around his fingertips shimmering with the energy of accelerated molecular breakdown. He was reaching for her shoulder. He was reaching for the point where her hero costume left her skin exposed. He was grinning behind the hand that covered his face. Izuku saw it. Kaburamaru saw it. The information hit simultaneously through 2 sets of eyes, and the bond between them translated it into a single, absolute imperative that overrode everything else in Izuku's operating system. Something in his expression changed. The cold flatness that defined his combat face, the inherited composure of a Hashira who had faced upper moons without flinching, dropped away and left something raw underneath. Something that burned at a temperature beyond anger, beyond protectiveness, but in a register that belonged to a part of Izuku that he kept buried so deep that even he forgot it existed, until moments like this dragged it to the surface. He crossed the distance between himself and Shigaraki in a time frame that the watching students later described as impossible, and he was just there. And I blinked, and he was standing between them. His flamberg was drawn. His body was between Mina and Shigaraki's outstretched hand, filling the space that the decay was about to occupy. "Don't you dare touch her with those filthy hands." The words came out through his bandages with a venom that made every person in earshot flinch. This was a voice that carried killing intent the way a river carries current, total, omnipresent, undeniable. Shigaraki's hand was still extended. Izuku's blade was already moving. The flamberge carved an upward arc that came from below Shigaraki's peripheral awareness, the curve of the blade traveling along a path that no straight weapon could achieve, wrapping around the angle of Shigaraki's wrist and arriving at his fingers from a direction his nerves never flagged as incoming. 3 fingers separated from Shigaraki's right hand at the middle knuckle. The cuts were clean. The blade was sharp enough that the pain arrived a full second after the damage. Shigaraki's scream filled the USJ. It was a sound that combined genuine agony with genuine shock. The noise of someone who had entered a situation expecting to cause suffering and found themselves receiving it instead. His remaining hand clutched the maimed one, blood running between his fingers, his expression cycling through pain and fury and something that looked beneath both like fear. He had underestimated something in this room, and he was paying for it in pieces of himself. "Kurogiri!" Shigaraki's voice cracked. "Get me out!" The mist was already there. Kurogiri's warp wrapped around Shigaraki and pulled him backward through space, removing him from Izuku's range before the second slash could land. The 3 fingers remained on the ground, small, severed things that started decaying the tile beneath them. As the quirk in them fired one last time without a controlling consciousness, the remaining villains in the facility looked at the scene. The Nomus struggling to rise on regenerating legs, Shigaraki gone, 3 of their leaders' fingers on the floor, and a boy with a wavy sword and burning eyes standing in the center of the entrance zone with a posture that communicated one thing: come closer and see what happens. The villains made the collective decision that discretion was the better option. Those with mobility began retreating toward any available exit. Those without mobility stayed very still and hoped they would be overlooked. Pro heroes burst through the facility's damaged entrance 45 seconds later, reinforcements finally arriving. Snipe and Present Mike and All Might himself, enormous and golden and ready for a fight that was already over. They swept the facility. They secured the villains who remained. They checked on students. All Might found the Nomu still grounded, its regeneration fighting to restore what Izuku's blade had taken. the creature making progress but operating at a fraction of its intended capacity. All Might looked at the clean tendon cuts. He looked at the black blood on the facility floor. He looked across the room at Izuku Midoriya, who was cleaning his blade with a cloth from his belt, while Kaburamaru settled back into his resting position. All Might's expression, hidden from the students by his constant smile, but visible in his eyes, did something complicated. He said nothing about it because this was another man's student, and whatever was happening here was beyond his experience in ways he would need time to process. Aizawa surveyed the full scene. Nomu incapacitated, Shigaraki maimed and fled, 0 students with serious injuries, the facility damaged but standing. And at the center of the outcome, the hinge upon which the entire encounter had turned from disaster to manageable, Izuku Midoriya, standing with his blade cleaned and his haori straightened, and Mina Ashido approximately 6 inches behind him, with her hands pressed to her cheeks and her eyes wide, and her expression occupying territory between terror and something warmer. Aizawa pulled out his notebook. He wrote for a long time. The aftermath of the USJ rippled through UA and beyond. Classified incident reports leaked the way classified incident reports always leak, in fragments, in rumors, in overheard conversations between pro-heroes who thought they were speaking privately and underestimated how sound carried in UA's faculty lounge. Within a week, the hero community was aware that a first-year student in the hero course had single-handedly hamstrung a creature designed to fight the symbol of peace and removed 3 of the League of Villains leaders' fingers in the same encounter. The details were disputed. The scale was debated. The specifics were questioned by people who hadn't been there and confirmed by everyone who had. Class 1A became a source of constant inquiries. Other students, other teachers, journalists trying to identify which student had done what they'd heard about. The answer was always the same. The bandaged one, with the snake, and the sword. Izuku weathered the attention the way a cliff weathers waves, present, unmoved, unresponsive. He continued training. He continued attending class. He continued eating lunch in locations that minimized social contact and performing at levels that made grading rubrics feel inadequate. Kaburamaru continued his surveillance from Izuku's shoulder, amber eyes reading the elevated interest of everyone who looked at his partner and feeding back a constant stream of harmless, 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 irrelevant. Mina's behavior shifted after the USJ. The shift was small, invisible to anyone who wasn't watching closely, obvious to anyone who was. She sat closer to Izuku during class. She arrived at his practice room 3 times a week instead of 2. When she talked to Kaburamaru during his form breaks, her voice was softer than it used to be, and sometimes she'd glance at Izuku's back while he was mid-form, and her expression would do something that she'd catch herself doing and replace with a grin before anyone else could notice. Uraraka noticed. Uraraka noticed everything about the Mina Midoriya situation because Uraraka had decided that this was her personal soap opera and she was invested. She tried to ask Mina about it once, carefully, obliquely, the way you approach a topic that might evaporate if you look at it directly. So, you and Midoriya seem close? Mina's response, he's really cool, and Kaburamaru is the best snake in the world. Did you know snakes can sense heat? He probably knows when I'm coming before I even open the door. This answered nothing and everything simultaneously. Uraraka filed it away and reported back to the informal intelligence network that had formed around this specific topic. Membership, Uraraka, Jiro, and invested Kirishima, Kena, and Todoroki, who would deny participation but kept asking questions that suggested he was following the narrative closely. The UA Sports Festival arrived with the weight of a national event, which it was. Every hero agency in the country watched the sports festival. Every scout, every recruiter, every pro hero with an opinion about the future of heroics tuned in to see what the next generation looked like under competitive pressure. The students felt this weight differently depending on their temperament. Some rose to it, some were crushed by it, some ignored it entirely. Izuku fell into the third category with such completeness that it became its own kind of spectacle. He showed up to the festival in his striped Haori over his PE uniform, had Kaburamaru on his shoulder, Flamberg strapped across his back, and addressed the opening ceremony with the energy of someone who had been told to stand in a specific location and was doing so until instructed otherwise. The cameras found him immediately. The footage from the entrance exam and the USJ rumors had built him into something approaching a public figure already, and his appearance at the opening ceremony confirmed everything the rumors had suggested. The bandages, the eyes, the snake, the sword, the crowd went into a frenzy. The commentary crew, Present Mike working the booth with Aizawa as co-commentator, tried to build hype around Izuku's appearance. Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium. And there he is, folks, the student who reportedly took down the USJ incident's primary threat, Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. Izuku's expression through his bandages, unchanged, his eyes fixed on the middle distance, his body language, zero adjustment for the cameras. Kaburamaru, however, lifted his head toward the crowd and swayed slightly, which the cameras caught and which sent the stadium into a noise that lived somewhere between excitement and nervousness. Aizawa, in the commentary booth, said, "He's going to win," with the flat certainty of someone stating a mathematical fact, and Present Mike looked at him sideways but didn't argue. The preliminary rounds confirmed Aizawa's assessment with the speed of a formality being completed. The obstacle race. Izuku moved through it with serpentine efficiency, his body flowing over, under, and through each obstacle with the boneless grace that made every other competitor look like they were fighting the course while Izuku was dancing with it. The cavalry battle. His team won because the other teams couldn't maintain formation around something that moved through gaps they hadn't known existed. Izuku's headband was never touched because his movement made targeting him feel like trying to grab smoke. The tournament bracket filled. The matches began. Izuku dismantled his early opponents with an efficiency that the crowd initially found disappointing. They wanted spectacle, and what they got was 30-second matches that ended before the commentary crew could finish explaining what had happened. A boy from Class 1B went down to a single first form slash that threaded the gap between his defense and his counterattack. A general studies student who had somehow made it through the preliminaries lasted 12 seconds before the flat of Izuku's blade caught him across both ankles, and his face met the arena floor. The crowd learned to adjust their expectations. They stopped wanting long matches. They started wanting to see how fast the next one would end. The countdown became the entertainment. Was this one going to last 20 seconds? 15? Would anyone break 30? Then the semifinals arrived, and the bracket produced the matchup the entire stadium had been holding its breath for since the tournament started. Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki. The crowd's volume tripled when the names appeared on the bracket screen. Todoroki was the other dominant force of the tournament, the son of the number 2 hero, a quirk that combined ice and fire, a student who had cleared his own bracket with the cold efficiency of someone who had been groomed for this stage since birth. He represented everything that inherited power could produce, a combination quirk, elite training, a lineage that all but guaranteed success. Against him, a boy with no quirk, a wavy sword, and a white snake. On paper, the matchup was absurd. In practice, everyone who had watched the tournament so far knew that paper was irrelevant. They stepped onto the arena floor simultaneously. Todoroki's expression carried the weight of someone who had been thinking about this fight since the entrance exam. Watching, calculating, building a framework for how to approach an opponent whose movement patterns defied every category his training had prepared him for. He didn't waste time on pleasantries. His right foot planted. The glacier came. Ice erupted from the arena floor in a wave that covered the entire surface in crystalline expansion. A wall of frozen architecture that grew toward Izuku with the speed and mass of something that intended to swallow him whole. The crowd gasped. The temperature in the first 10 rows of seats dropped. The ice was real. It was solid. It was fast. Izuku watched it come. He exhaled through his bandages. Kaburamaru coiled tighter, reading the ice's expansion pattern. The fault lines where growth was fastest, the gaps where crystalline structure was thinnest, the path that opened for microseconds as the ice built on itself in layers. Izuku stepped forward. into the glacier. The crowd's gasp turned into something closer to a scream. He was moving through the ice. Through it. His body found the gaps as they formed. The infinitesimal spaces in the expanding crystal where the ice hadn't fully connected yet, where growth was a microsecond behind, where a body slim enough and flexible enough and reading the pattern in real time could pass through. His spine bent, his shoulders rotated, his torso twisted through openings that existed for fractions of a second before the ice sealed them shut behind him. From the crowd's perspective, it looked like the glacier was opening for him, like the ice itself was making space, parting around his body the way it would part around a ghost. The reality was more brutal. He was reading the pattern faster than it could complete itself, and threading his body through the spaces before they vanished. Every movement was a calculation happening in the half-second between formation and solidification. Every step was a gamble that his reading was faster than Todoroki's ice. It was. Every single time he emerged from the glacier's far edge, the side facing Todoroki, without a single crystal touching his skin. His haori was dry. His blade was at his side. His expression through his bandages was the expression of someone who had walked through a snowstorm without getting wet, and considered the snowstorm's feelings about this irrelevant. Todoroki's composure cracked. His eyes widened. The first genuine surprise he'd shown in the tournament. The look of someone whose ace card had been played and returned to sender. His left side activated. Flame erupted from his body in a wave that engulfed the arena's center. A wall of fire that should have made the field unbreathable, the oxygen itself consumed, the heat intense enough to melt the ice that remained. Izuku closed his eyes. The crowd went silent. The commentary booth went silent. Mina, in the stands, leaned forward with her hands gripping the seat in front of her. Kaburamaru's head swept the fire field. The snake's heat-sensing pits read the currents, the flow patterns within the flame, the gaps where oxygen was pulling the fire sideways, the paths that had already burned through their fuel and where the temperature was dropping back toward survivable. The map built itself in Izuku's awareness. Not a wall of uniform fire, but a landscape of temperatures with peaks and valleys, with paths that existed if you knew where the fire had already spent itself. Izuku opened his eyes. He walked forward, into the fire. His body followed the map Kaburamaru provided, stepping where the fuel was consumed, turning where the oxygen pull created pockets of breathable air, moving through the fire with the same impossibility he'd shown in the glacier. His haori's edges caught heat. His bandages were untouched. He walked through Todoroki's fire the way someone walks through a room they know by memory. Eyes open now, locked on Todoroki's increasingly destabilized expression, his stride unhurried, his presence approaching with the inevitability of something that cannot be stopped because it has already decided where it's going. He emerged from the flames. His haori was singed at the corners. Kaburamaru's scales had a faint warmth sheen. Otherwise, nothing. He was whole. He was unburned. He was 3 meters from Todoroki and closing. Your movements are rigid and utterly predictable. The flamberg moved. The curve of the blade hooked Todoroki's collar. The haori's fabric caught in the undulating edge, and Izuku's weight shifted. A pivot. A rotation. The leverage of the curved sword translated into a throw that used Todoroki's own body weight against his balance, rotating him over Izuku's shoulder and sending him in an arc that ended outside the arena's boundary line. Todoroki hit the ground outside the ring. The match was over. From the moment the fire died to the moment Todoroki's back met the floor, 40 seconds. The stadium sat in a silence that lasted exactly 2 heartbeats. Then the noise that erupted was the loudest sound the UA Sports Festival had produced in a decade. A roar of combined disbelief, excitement, and the specific energy of a crowd that has just witnessed something they know they'll be telling people about for years. Present Mike was screaming into his microphone with words that had abandoned coherence in favor of pure volume. Midnight was on her feet in the judge's booth. In the stands, pro heroes from a dozen agencies were making phone calls. Aizawa, in the commentary booth, crossed his arms and said, "Told you." Present Mike was too busy screaming to respond. In the Class 1A section of the stands, the reaction was its own spectacle. Kirishima was on his feet with both fists raised, shouting something about manliness that was lost in the general volume. Kaminari was gripping Sero's arm with enough force to leave bruises, his expression frozen in the specific look of someone whose brain had blue-screened. Yaoyorozu was checking her stopwatch again and shaking her head slowly. Tokoyami's shadow was manifesting without permission, the entity apparently unable to contain itself. Bakugo was sitting with his arms crossed and his expression locked in a mask that refused to show anything, but his palms resting against his forearms were producing smoke. His jaw was set so hard that the muscles were visible. Something in his eyes was doing the work of recalculation that his pride refused to let his face show. Mina was standing up. Her hands were clasped in front of her. Her grin was so wide it had gone past expression and into something that was just light. Pure, unfiltered joy radiating off her face. As she watched Izuku standing in the center of the arena, with his blade resting on his shoulder and his haori settling, and Kaburamaru raising his head toward the crowd. The closing ceremony happened with the standard efficiency of a well-organized event. Medals distributed, speeches delivered, cameras capturing everything. Izuku stood on the first-place podium with the expression of a man enduring a necessary formality. The gold medal went around his neck. The cameras flashed. He looked at none of them. The ceremony concluded. Izuku stepped off the podium. He navigated through the dispersing crowd with purpose. A specific direction, a specific destination, his path cutting through the flow of bodies with the efficiency of someone who knew exactly where he was going and had been thinking about going there since the moment the match ended. He arrived at Mina's section of the stands. She was still in her seat, gathering her bag, chatting with Uraraka about something that made her laugh. Izuku climbed the stands, moved past 3 rows of seats, and sat down next to her. He said nothing. He looked at the arena floor. His hands rested on his knees. Kaburamaru transferred from his shoulder to Mina's, a smooth motion, the snake flowing across the gap between them and settling onto her shoulder with a comfortable coil that said he had done this in his mind 100 times before. This was the first time he did it physically. Mina stopped mid-sentence. She looked at the snake on her shoulder. She looked at Izuku sitting beside her. She looked at the gold medal around his neck, glinting in the stadium lights. Her grin returned, wider than before, brighter. The kind of grin that made her entire face into a single expression of happiness that was so uncomplicated and so genuine that it hit something in Izuku's chest that he was desperately pretending wasn't there. "Congratulations," she said. Izuku's ears burned. His jaw tightened beneath his bandages. His eyes remained fixed on the arena floor with an intensity that suggested he was memorizing its exact dimensions and would be quizzed on them later. He said, behind them, 12 rows back, binoculars entirely unnecessary at this distance, but somehow produced regardless. Half of Class 1A was witnessing this moment with the energy of people watching a crucial scene in a show they'd been following for months. Kirishima said, he sat next to her on purpose. This was the most astute observation Kirishima had ever produced. The cluster of students surrounding him nodded slowly, uniformly, like a jury that had reached a verdict they'd suspected for weeks and had just received the final evidence. Jiru had her earphone jack pressed against the stadium seating, amplifying whatever sound was available. "He said something," she reported. "I think it was just a noise." "What kind of noise?" Uraraka demanded, having teleported from Mina's immediate vicinity to the observation cluster with a speed that suggested she'd been expecting this and had pre-planned her escape route. "Like a grunt?" "But his ears are red." The group processed this information with the gravity it deserved. Todoroki, who was present at the edge of the cluster in a way that could technically be described as coincidental, said, "Interesting," and contributed nothing further. Izuku sat next to Mina for the remainder of the ceremony's aftermath. He said approximately 3 more words. Kaburamaru remained on Mina's shoulder for 27 minutes, which was the longest the snake had ever voluntarily been separated from Izuku, and Mina stroked the smooth scales along his spine and asked him if he'd enjoyed the fights and received a tongue flicker that she chose to interpret as yes. When Izuku finally stood to leave, Kaburamaru made the return journey to his shoulder with a reluctance that was visible in the slowness of his movement. Mina waved at the snake. The snake did not wave back because he was a snake, but his head turned in her direction as Izuku walked away, maintaining visual contact longer than was strictly necessary. Izuku walked through the stadium exit and into the evening air, and his hand rose briefly, very briefly, a half-second gesture, to touch the bandages over his mouth, as if checking something. As if confirming that whatever was happening behind the cloth wrapping was still contained, still hidden, still safely behind the wall he'd built between himself and every feeling that had anything to do with the pink girl who kept sitting in his space and touching his snake and smiling at him like he was worth smiling at. He lowered his hand. He kept walking. Kaburamaru settled against his neck with the warmth of a companion who understood and would say nothing. The weeks between the sports festival and the events in Hosu City passed in a rhythm that felt almost normal. A word that Class 1A had redefined so many times since the semester started that it barely held meaning anymore. Training continued. Classes continued. The dynamic between Izuku and Mina continued developing in increments that were invisible moment to moment and obvious in retrospect. She now left a water bottle on his desk every morning, and every morning it was gone by first period. He had started leaving protein bars in her locker, specific brands, specific flavors, always ones she'd mentioned liking in conversations she didn't know he was hearing. Kaburamaru now went to Mina voluntarily during breaks, climbing off Izuku's shoulder and making his way across desk surfaces to wherever she was sitting, where he would coil on her notes and refuse to move until class resumed. The class had evolved past surprise. They were now in the acceptance stage. The stage where Kaminari stopped making jokes about it because the jokes had less comedic value than the reality, where Kirishima just nodded whenever new evidence appeared with the energy of a man confirming a theory he'd been right about for months, where Bakugo produced louder and more frequent angry noises whenever the topic arose, and everyone ignored them with practiced ease. Izuku trained harder in the weeks after the festival. His forms grew sharper. His breathing technique extended to longer intervals. He pushed his speed, his flexibility, his combat awareness through levels that even Aizawa had difficulty tracking. His ward was improving at a rate that seemed accelerated beyond what training alone could produce. Something was driving him. Something was pushing him toward a peak that he hadn't yet defined, but was clearly aware existed somewhere ahead of his current level. Aizawa noticed. Aizawa always noticed. He approved the internship applications when they came in. Dozens of agencies requesting Izuku Midoriya specifically, an unprecedented number for a first year, and allowed Izuku to select his own placement with minimal guidance. Izuku chose a patrol route near Hosu City. Aizawa asked why. Izuku said, "Something's going to happen there." Aizawa asked how he knew. Izuku looked at him with those mismatched eyes and said, "I can feel it, the way I feel an attack before it arrives." Aizawa signed the form, the hero killer. Stain, Chizome Akaguro. A man who had decided that the hero system was corrupt and that the appropriate response was to carve his philosophy into the bodies of anyone who wore the title without meeting his standards. He had been working through Hosu City's hero population with a systematic brutality that left survivors paralyzed and dead heroes in alleys. His quirk, Blood Curdle, the ability to paralyze anyone whose blood he tasted, made him nearly impossible to fight conventionally. You couldn't bleed near him. You couldn't accept any wound. One drop on his tongue and your body became a prison. Tenya Ida received the news about his brother, Ingenium, the hero, brought down by Stain's blade and left paralyzed in a Hosu alley, with the specific expression of someone receiving information that is going to change the course of their life in ways they haven't processed yet. His face went blank. His body went still. Something behind his eyes hardened in a way that his classmates recognized as dangerous, even if they couldn't articulate why. Ida went to Hosu City. He went alone. He went without backup, without a plan that extended beyond confrontation, with nothing in his heart except the need to face the man who had broken his brother. He found Stain in an alley. Or Stain found him, because predators in their own territory always have the advantage of position. The fight was short. Stain's blade opened a cut across Ida's calf before the boy's engines had finished winding up. The tongue moved. The blood was tasted. Ida's body locked. every muscle seizing at once, his own physiology becoming his cage as blood-curdles paralysis took hold. He hit the alley floor and stayed there, his eyes open, his body screaming internally at its inability to respond to the commands his brain was sending. Stain stood over him. He discussed philosophy with a paralyzed teenager the way a lecturer discusses theory with a captive audience, literally captive in this case. His blade gleamed in the alley's dim light, wet with Ida's blood. He had the time. He had the position. He had the kill. 2 blocks away, Izuku's evening patrol route was passing through Hosu's commercial district when Kaburamaru's body went rigid. The snake's head snapped toward a direction. East, 2 blocks, down and to the left. Heat signatures. 2. 1 elevated, active, moving. 1 on the ground, stationary, stress hormones flooding the air at a concentration that Kaburamaru's chemical receptors could detect from distance. The standing one was producing trace blood in the air. Iron content, fresh, and the specific pheromone cocktail that accompanied predatory satisfaction. Izuku changed direction without slowing. His stride shifted from patrol pace to combat approach. Lower, faster. The serpentine fluidity entering his gait as his body dropped into the pre-combat state that serpent breathing activated along with the increased oxygen flow. He crossed 2 blocks in under a minute. He hit the alley's entrance from above, dropping from the rooftop onto the fire escape, then from the fire escape to the ground, his landing producing less sound than a cat's paw on carpet. The scene. Ida on the ground, blood at his leg, eyes wide with paralysis. Stain standing over him, blade in hand, mid-sentence about purification and true heroism, and the corruption of a system that Izuku's blade cleared its sheath. The sound filled the alley like a promise. Stain turned. His eyes found Izuku. The bandages, the Haori, the heterochromatic stare, the white snake coiled on his shoulder with amber eyes locked on Stain's position. The hero killer assessed his new opponent with the speed of a professional who has fought dozens of combatants and learned to evaluate threats in fractions of a second. His conclusion showed in the slight straightening of his posture, the shift from dismissive to engaged. A true hero must be willing to bleed for his convictions. Stain's voice carried through the alley with the conviction of a zealot, someone who had married their violence to an ideal and could not be separated from either. Izuku's grip tightened on his flamberge. The blade caught what little light existed in the alley and threw it back in rippling patterns along its undulating edge. His voice came through the bandages flat and final, carrying a weight that was so far beyond Stain's philosophical grandstanding that the gap between them sounded like the gap between a child playing pretend and a veteran describing hell. Your convictions are the narcissistic ramblings of a madman. I have crawled through actual hell. I don't care about your ideals. I only care about eradicating scum like you. Stain moved first. His speed was genuine, the product of years refining his killing methodology, his body trained to close distance and draw blood faster than opponents could react. He came for the throat. His blade led, angled for the arterial targets, the trajectory designed to produce the blood he needed for blood curdles activation. Everything about the attack was professional-grade lethality. The angle, the speed, the economy of movement, the certainty of someone who had ended pro-hero careers with this exact approach. Izuku was already rotating. His spine curved around Stain's blade, backward, sideways, in a direction that Stain's trained eye couldn't categorize because it didn't fit any defensive movement he'd ever encountered. The slash passed through space where Izuku's throat had been, and found only air, the blade cutting nothing, the follow-through carrying Stain's weight forward into a position that his instincts flagged as overextended, a half-second too late. The counterattack came before the flag could translate into action. Izuku's flamberge moved through angles that the alley's geometry shouldn't have accommodated. The curved blade finding paths between the walls, the dumpster, the fire escape ladder overhead, tracing arcs that used the environment itself as a guide for trajectories that a straight sword in a narrow space couldn't produce. Each slash arrived from a position that Stain's guard wasn't covering, because his guard assumed the blade would travel in straight lines, and it traveled in curves, and the difference between those assumptions and reality was the difference between blocking and bleeding. Stain parried the first. His blade caught Izuku's flamberge at an angle that shed the force sideways. A skilled deflection, the response of someone who understood sword mechanics at an expert level. His counter came immediately. A rising slash aimed at Izuku's forearm, designed to draw blood, designed to activate his quirk. Izuku's forearm wasn't there. It was 3 inches to the left, the movement having happened during the parry's momentum when Stain's attention was on his own blade rather than on tracking Izuku's wrist. The space between them was a conversation happening faster than conscious thought. Attack, deflect, reposition, counterattack. And Stain was realizing, through the accumulating evidence of each exchange, that he was participating in a conversation where his opponent spoke fluently, and he was working from a phrasebook. Fourth form, twin-headed reptile. Izuku launched off the alley wall. His foot hit the brick at an angle that sent him airborne, above Stain's guard position, above the parry line, above everything, and the flamberge curved in from 2 directions. The blade's undulating edge allowed it to trace 2 separate paths in a single swing. The initial arc coming from above, the blade's wave pattern causing the second half of the same slash to arrive from below, as the undulation redirected the force. 2 cuts from 1 movement. Both aimed at Stain's shoulders. The joints, the rotation points, the muscles that allowed his arms to raise a blade, both connected. The flamberge bit into Stain's left shoulder, and the undulation of the edge carried through to score the right shoulder in the same flowing motion. The cuts were clean, muscle deep, enough to compromise the strength in both arms without severing them, enough to make the hero killer stagger backward with his blade dropping 6 inches as the damaged muscles screamed their status. Stain was bleeding. Stain was breathing hard. Stain's expression had shifted from zealot confidence to something that looked, underneath the ideology and the conviction, like genuine concern. He was fighting something he hadn't accounted for, a student whose movement patterns existed outside his experience library, whose blade followed paths his parrying instincts couldn't predict, whose entire approach to combat was built on the principle that conventional geometry was a suggestion rather than a rule. A knife came from Stain's sleeve. Small, hidden, the last resort weapon of a man whose survival instincts overrode his injured arms. It moved with the speed of reflex. No technique, no form, just the desperate acceleration of someone who needs 1 drop of blood and sees an opening that exists for half a second. The blade nicked Izuku's forearm. A shallow cut, barely a wound, a line of red that opened across his skin and released a single drop that gravity pulled toward the alley floor. Stain's tongue extended toward it. His body leaned. His eyes locked on the blood with the hungry focus of someone whose entire quirk and victory condition depended on what happened in the next second. Kaburamaru launched. The white snake moved from Izuku's shoulder with a velocity that belonged to something 5 times his size. A blur of pale scales crossing the alley in a straight line, aimed at the only target that mattered. His fangs, small, sharp, the miniature weapons of a creature whose venom had never been tested on a human because Kaburamaru had never needed to test them, found Stain's eye socket. They sank in with the force of a spring-loaded trap, the snake's jaw clamping with a bite pressure that exceeded what his size suggested was possible. Stain's scream filled the alley. It bounced off the brick walls and carried into the street and the buildings above and the night sky over Hosu City. His hand clawed at the snake, reflexive, desperate, pain overriding everything. But Kaburamaru was already gone. The snake released and recoiled in one motion, flowing back through the air toward Izuku with the grace of a ribbon in wind, landing on his partner's shoulder and coiling there, with his amber eyes bright and his small body vibrating with the residual energy of his attack. Stain's hand covered his eye. Blood ran between his fingers. His other hand held his blade, but the grip was weakened by the shoulder wounds, and his balance was compromised by the sudden loss of depth perception, and his body was processing pain from 3 different sources simultaneously. Izuku closed the distance in 1 step. His hilt met Stain's skull with the full force of a body that had been training for this exact kind of terminal strike since the day it could lift a weapon. The impact produced a sound that echoed in the alley with a finality that left nothing ambiguous about the outcome. Stain hit the ground. His body went limp, Genuine unconsciousness, the kind produced by blunt force trauma to the temporal bone. His blade fell from his fingers and clattered against the alley floor and came to rest against the wall with a metallic ring that faded into silence. The alley was still. Izuku stood over the hero killer's prone body with his flamberge at his side and his breathing evening out from combat rhythm to resting pattern. Kaburamaru settled against his neck, the small warmth of the snake's body pressing close, and Izuku's free hand rose to brush along the snake's spine in a gesture so automatic and gentle that it contradicted everything about the last 90 seconds. He cleaned his blade, he adjusted his bandages, he crouched beside Ida, assessing the paralysis, noting the leg wound, reading the timeline of Stain's quirk effect through the information Kaburamaru was feeding him about Ida's fading stress hormones. The paralysis would wear off. The blood loss was manageable. Ida's eyes were locked on Izuku with an expression that combined gratitude and shame, and something that looked like the beginning of a question he would ask later in a different setting when his body allowed him to form words again. Izuku stood. He straightened his haori. He looked up. The moon hung over Hosu City, full, heavy, casting silver light down into the alley and across the unconscious hero killer and the paralyzed student and the boy with the sword and the snake who stood between them. The noise of the city existed somewhere distant, sirens and traffic and the ordinary sounds of a world that had no idea what had just happened in this narrow space between buildings. His hand rose to his face. His fingers pressed against the bandages covering his mouth. The cloth wrapping that hid the scars running from his lips to his ears. The permanent marks of a god that had tried to consume him. The evidence of every terrible thing that had been done to him before he'd had any choice in the matter. Behind those bandages, behind the scars, his mouth moved. Something in his expression changed. The hardness that defined him, the cold, the venom, the total refusal to show anything that could be interpreted as vulnerability, softened, just at the edges, just in the way his eyes shifted from combat sharp to something older, something that belonged to a man who had died once already with words unspoken and promises unkept and a love he'd been too afraid to name until it was too late. Once I rid this world of villains, maybe then I will be worthy of telling her how I feel. His voice was barely audible. The words came through the bandages as a whisper meant for nobody. For the moon, for the alley, for the ghost of a man named Obanai who had made the same promise in a different life and run out of time to keep it. This time would be different. This life would be different. He would make it different, or die trying, which he had already done once and was prepared to do again if the world demanded it. He lowered his hand. Kaburamaru pressed his head against Izuku's jaw, a gesture of comfort, of understanding, of the wordless bond between two souls who had traveled through lifetimes together and would travel through more. The snake's amber eyes caught the moonlight and held it. Izuku walked out of the alley. His footsteps were the only sound for half a block, steady, unhurried, the gait of someone who had completed something necessary and was moving toward whatever came next. The city swallowed him. The streetlights caught the striped pattern of his haori as he passed beneath them, one after another, growing smaller in the distance until he turned a corner and vanished. Behind him, in the alley, sirens were approaching. Pro-heroes would arrive in minutes. They would find Stain unconscious, Ida recovering, and evidence of a fight that produced clean results from a combatant who had already left. The reports would circulate. The speculation would build. Another incident, another impossible outcome, another confirmation that something was operating in the hero landscape that defied conventional understanding. Miles away, in the UA dormitory, Mina Ashido was eating dinner with her classmates. She was laughing at something Kaminari said, her head thrown back, her voice filling the common room with the specific warmth that made everyone near her feel lighter by proximity. Kaburamaru's usual spot on the common room couch was empty. The indentation where the snake usually waited during evening hours, visible in the cushion but unoccupied. And Mina had mentioned earlier that she wondered where Midoriya was tonight, mentioned it lightly, mentioned it as a passing thought between bites of curry. She had no idea. She had no idea what had happened in a Hosu City alley. She had no idea about the blood or the blade or the boy who had spoken her name to the moon with the desperate hope of someone making a promise to a future he wanted badly enough to fight every monster in the world to reach. She would find out, eventually. She would learn, piece by piece, what Izuku Midoriya was willing to do for a world that contained her in it. She would learn about the cage and the scars and the past life and the vow that drove every swing of his sword. She would learn it all, because this story was still being written, and the chapters ahead held more than either of them could see from where they were standing. She would learn it all, because this story was still being written, and the chapters ahead held more than either of them could see from where they were standing. And the next chapter started the way every next chapter in Izuku Midoriya's life started, with someone else catching up to something he had already done, and the reverberations of that doing rearranging the world around him while he walked through it unchanged. The classified report on Hosu City made it through the pro-hero community in 48 hours. Classified reports are classified in the same way water is contained by a sieve. The intention is there, the execution is laughable, and what comes through the gaps travels faster because someone tried to hold it back. Within 2 days, every agency head with a security clearance above level 3 had seen the breakdown. First-year UA student, solo engagement, the hero killer Stain found unconscious in an alley with shoulder wounds consistent with a bladed weapon's double arc and a missing eye from what forensics identified as a serpent's bite. The student in question had sustained a single superficial cut and no other damage. The hero killer had been operational for 8 months and had hospitalized 11 pro-heroes. A 15-year-old boy ended that career in under 3 minutes in a poorly lit alley with a flamberg and a snake that weighed less than a kilogram. The reactions traveled through the hero infrastructure at different speeds depending on the altitude of the person receiving them. Agency heads stared at the briefing and then placed phone calls to their recruitment departments with instructions that varied in urgency but shared a common message. Find this student, learn everything available about him, and begin the conversation about his post-graduation placement before anyone else does. The Hero Commission's internal ranking system, the one they maintained for tracking emerging assets, moved Izuku Midoriya from the notable tier to the priority tier in a single update cycle. Pro-heroes in the field, the veteran types who had spent decades building reputations through accumulated acts of excellence, read the incident report with the expressions of people being told that someone had accomplished in a semester what took them a career, endeavor, read the report, and went silent for an entire day. This was noted by his staff as unprecedented. At UA, the information arrived through the channel it always arrived through when the information was about Izuku, the informal, uncontrollable, irresistible chain of student communication that turned every secret into common knowledge within hours. Jiru's phone received a text from a friend at Shiketsu who had seen something on a restricted news feed. Kaminari's phone received a notification from a hero tracking app that had flagged an incident in Hosu matching a known student profile. The common room television caught a breaking news segment at 9:47 p.m., blurred footage, unconfirmed sources, a reporter describing a first-year student believed to be connected to the hero killer's defeat, while the class sat on couches and the floor and stood in the kitchen doorway and stared at the screen with the collective expression of people being told something they already knew in their bones. Izuku's seat in the common room was empty. His room upstairs was empty. His training room on the 3rd floor was empty. The entirety of him was absent from the building, away in Hosu City's aftermath, leaving the class to absorb this information without the convenience of being able to look at him while they processed it. Kirishima was the first to speak. He was standing behind the couch with his arms crossed and his jaw set and his eyes on the television screen, and what he said was, "It was him, wasn't it?" The intonation carried 0 question marks. This was a declaration dressed up as a sentence, delivered with the energy of someone confirming what every person in the room had already concluded independently and was simply waiting for someone brave enough to state out loud. Kaminari said, "Obviously it was him," and then went very still. because the reality of what it was him actually meant, solo combat against a serial killer who had defeated pro heroes with decades of experience, was landing with a weight that his initial response hadn't accounted for. Uraraka had her hands over her mouth. Todoroki was leaning forward in his chair with both elbows on his knees and his eyes fixed on the television, running calculations that his expression revealed nothing about. Yaoyorozu had pulled out her phone and was scrolling through something with the focus of someone searching for data that would help her understand the scope of what she was hearing. Mina was sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of the television. She had stopped moving entirely. Her phone was in her lap. Izuku's contact was open, a message typed and unsent, the cursor blinking after 2 words, "Are you?" She had typed "Are you?" and stopped, because the end of that question contained too many options, and she hadn't decided which one to send. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Are you coming back? Are you the person on that television? Are you who I think you are? She deleted the message. She put her phone down. She looked at the television and her jaw set with something that lived between worry and a much deeper, much more personal feeling that she was only beginning to understand she had a right to. Bakugo, from the far corner of the common room where he had claimed an armchair with the territorial energy that defined every space he occupied, said nothing at all. His palms were resting on his knees. Small wisps of smoke rose from between his fingers, the involuntary stress response of a quirk that expressed emotion through combustion. His face was locked in the expression of a man processing something that he refused to let anyone in the room see him process. He stood up after 40 seconds, walked to the stairs, and went to his room without a word. The door closing behind him was the only commentary he offered, and the force of it was its own kind of admission. Izuku returned to UA the following morning at 5:15 a.m. His standard arrival time, his standard Haori, Kaburamaru coiled on his shoulder with his head oriented toward the campus entrance, and his amber eyes catching the early light. He walked through the gates with the gait of someone arriving at a routine appointment, rather than returning from an engagement that had restructured the national conversation about student heroics. His blade was on his back. His bandages were freshly wrapped. His heterochromatic eyes swept the campus with the passive awareness that never fully dropped, even in spaces he had long since memorized. He sat in his seat in the classroom at 8 a.m. when attendance began. Aizawa called names. The class responded. Every pair of eyes in the room passed over Izuku's position during the 15 minutes between arrival and the bell. Some multiple times, some with the subtlety of a spotlight, some with the restraint of people who knew that staring at Izuku too long generated a response from Kaburamaru that felt like being appraised by something ancient and unimpressed. On Izuku's desk, a water bottle, positioned where it appeared every morning by a hand that arrived before his. Beside it, a rice ball, wrapped in plastic, triangular, from the convenience store 2 blocks from campus that Mina passed on her walking route. Attached to the rice ball with a piece of tape, a small note hand-drawn rather than written. The illustration showed a tiny snake, white, simplified, recognizable, giving a thumbs up with a tail that should have lacked the anatomy for thumbs and had been granted one anyway by artistic license. Below the snake, a single exclamation mark. Above it, a small star. The entire communication was wordless and comprehensive and said everything that mattered without putting any of it into language. Izuku looked at the note. His jaw shifted beneath the bandages, a movement with no outward resolution, a response that was happening entirely internally and manifesting only as the slight tension at the cloth's edge. Kaburamaru turned his head toward the note and then toward Mina's position 3 rows ahead, his tongue flickering in her direction with the quick, satisfied pulse of recognition. Izuku put the note in his Haori's inner pocket. He unwrapped the rice ball and ate it in 4 bites, his eyes on the blackboard, his expression giving away nothing that his ears had decided to give away on his behalf, because the tips of them were red, and they stayed red through the entire morning period, and if anyone in the class noticed, everyone noticed, they had the grace to keep it unreported. Aizawa called him after class. The hallway cleared as Izuku remained at his desk, Kaburamaru adjusting his coil as Izuku rose and moved to the front of the room, where Aizawa was leaning against the wall with his arms folded and his sleeping bag draped over the lectern behind him. The door closed. The classroom was empty except for the two of them and the snake and the weight of a conversation that had been waiting since Izuku's return. Aizawa looked at his ward with the layered expression of a man experiencing three feelings simultaneously and choosing to express whichever one was most useful. His voice came out with the flatness that defined his professional mode, stripped of sentiment, focused on the transferable content. You engaged a serial killer solo, in an alley, at night, without backup, without communication to your supervising hero, without any exit strategy beyond winning. Izuku stood with his hands at his sides and his spine straight and his eyes meeting Aizawa's with the steady attention of someone receiving information rather than a lecture. He said nothing. The operational violation alone would justify suspension if the commission decided to push it. Aizawa continued. They won't, because the outcome makes the violation inconvenient to punish. That calculus is in your favor this time. It will always be in your favor until the time it isn't. Yeah, and when it isn't, when the outcome goes wrong and the commission needs someone to hold responsible, the operational violation becomes the only thing they see. Izuku absorbed this. His expression remained unchanged. Kaburamaru's head swayed in a pattern that suggested the snake was processing Aizawa's words through whatever mechanism he used to translate human speech into the binary that his bond with Izuku operated on. I know, Izuku said. His voice came through the bandages, low and level, and carrying the absolute certainty of someone who has weighed a decision from every available angle and arrived at the same conclusion every time. I would do it again. Aizawa looked at him for a long time. The silence between them was the kind that fills itself, occupied by everything that lives in the space between a guardian and a ward who understand each other beyond what language can carry. Aizawa's arms uncrossed, his posture shifted by 2 degrees in the direction of something that was closer to exhaustion than disapproval. I know you would, he said. That's why we're having this conversation. A pause. His hand went to the lectern and retrieved a folder from beneath the sleeping bag. The internship results are in. I'll need you to come back to me with your agency ranking by the end of the week. That was the entire exchange. Aizawa left the classroom first. Izuku stood at the front of the room for another 15 seconds, looking at the folder in his hands, and then walked out with Kaburamaru shifting on his shoulder and the morning light coming through the classroom windows at the angle that meant the day was already halfway to noon and the world was continuing to move forward regardless of who had been defeated in an alley the night before. That evening, the dormitory common room held the first full-class dinner since Hosu. The event was unofficial. Kirishima and Kaminari had organized it through the group chat under the banner of "Everyone eats together tonight, mandatory, bring your own plate," which was the kind of directive that Kirishima issued with enough conviction that compliance felt inevitable. The common room filled with bodies and food and the accumulated noise of 18 students who had been through enough together to generate conversation without effort. Izuku was present. This was notable. His attendance at group meals had historically been non-existent. He ate alone, in corners, during hours that guaranteed solitude. His presence at the table tonight carried the specific energy of someone who had been told this was happening and had decided that objecting cost more effort than attending. He sat at the table's end with a bowl of rice and grilled fish. Kaburamaru coiled on the table surface beside his plate, the snake's body occupying approximately 30 centimeters of real estate that he had claimed by simply being there and daring anyone to contest it. Mina was beside him. She had materialized in the seat to his left with the inevitability of a physical law being observed, occupying the space the way gravity occupied everything beneath it, with no effort and no explanation required. Her plate was overflowing with curry, and she was engaged in a conversation with Uraraka that spanned the table and required volume and generated laughter at intervals that made the entire room warmer by proximity. The meal progressed. Kaminari told a story that went nowhere and was funny despite this fact. Kirishima challenged Sero to eat an entire ghost pepper and was loudly refused. Tokoyami's shadow manifested briefly to steal a piece of bread from Todoroki's plate, and Todoroki allowed it with an expression that suggested he had seen this coming and had brought extra bread for exactly this purpose. The moment happened between bites. In the middle of a sentence, Mina was directing at Jiro across the table, something about a song that had been stuck in her head all week. Her hand came up and crossed the 18 inches between her body and Izuku's face and flicked a grain of rice off his bandaged cheek with her fingertip. The motion was fluid. The motion was unhesitating. The motion was performed with the casualness of someone brushing lint off their own sleeve. An automatic response to seeing something out of place on a person whose proximity to her was so established that his personal space had stopped registering as territory she needed permission to enter. Every person at that table went rigid. The conversion rate between talking and silent was instantaneous. 18 students stopped mid-word, mid-bite, mid-gesture. Forks halted between plate and mouth. Cups froze at lip height. Kirishima had a ghost pepper halfway to his face. He had reversed his own decision, and his hands stopped in the air as if gravity had selectively ceased to apply to his arm. Izuku went very still. The kind of stillness that happens when a person's entire operating system receives an input it has never encountered before and requires additional processing time before generating a response. His chopsticks were in his hand. His eyes were focused on his plate. Every muscle in his body appeared to have locked at the exact position it occupied when Mina's finger touched his cheek. Kaburamaru, coiled on the table, raised his head. His amber eyes found Mina's face. His body swayed toward her in the slow, approving motion that the class had long since learned to read as the snake's version of a standing ovation. The movement of a creature expressing satisfaction at something he considered correct and overdue. Mina did not acknowledge what she had done. Her hand returned to her chopsticks. Her sentence to Jiro resumed at the exact syllable where it had paused. Her expression contained nothing except the comfortable focus of someone continuing a conversation they were enjoying. She had touched Izuku's face in front of 18 witnesses and was proceeding as if this was something that happened every day, as if the boundary she had just crossed was one she had been stepping over for weeks in spaces where the class couldn't see it. And the only difference was that this time there were observers. Uraraka's eyes were the size of dinner plates. Her mouth was open around a piece of curry-covered rice that she had forgotten to chew. Her gaze moved from Mina's hand to Izuku's ear, which was crimson, a color so vivid against his green-tinged hair that it looked artificial, and back to Mina's face. And the internal scream that was happening behind her expression was so loud it was almost audible. Izuku's ears maintained their color for the remainder of the meal. He ate nothing further. His chopsticks rested against his plate, and his eyes remained fixed on a point approximately 40 centimeters beyond his bowl, and he sat in the specific frozen state of someone who has been compromised and has chosen immobility as their response, because all other available responses lead to outcomes he is unprepared to manage. He did not move away. His body remained in the chair, in the seat beside Mina, in the space her presence occupied, with all the warmth and ease that defined everything she did. In the hallway outside the common room, Jiro pressed her earphone jack against the wall and relayed information to Kaminari in a whisper that was entirely unnecessary given the jack's sensitivity, but appropriate to the gravity of the intelligence she was gathering. His heartbeat went to like 140, she reported. It's been there for 6 minutes. Kaminari's face did the journey of a man receiving confirmation of something he has always believed and finding the evidence even better than the theory. "Should we do something?" he asked. "Absolutely not," Jiro said, which was the correct answer and the only one that would allow this particular experiment to reach its natural conclusion without interference. The Provisional Hero License Exam announced itself on the academic calendar with the institutional weight of something that would define the next stage of every student's career. The venue was in Tokyo, a testing facility designed from the ground up for the specific purpose of breaking aspiring heroes under conditions that rewarded everything real combat demanded and punished everything that training halls let you get away with. 500 students. Elimination format, 2 targets on every body. Hit enough opponents' targets, protect your own, qualify for the license that separates students from professionals. Class 1A boarded the bus to the testing facility with the energy of a team that had already been through things that made an exam feel manageable by comparison. The USJ, the sports festival, Hosu City. The semester that had pushed them further and faster than any first-year class in UA's history. Largely because one of their members was the kind of person whose presence turned every ordinary day into an opportunity to witness something extraordinary, and the proximity to that had made all of them sharper by osmosis. Izuku sat in the bus's rearmost seat with Kaburamaru on his lap and his flamberge propped against the window beside him. His eyes were closed. His breathing followed the serpent pattern. In through the nose, held, released through a mouth that was hidden behind cloth, but producing the exact cadence that oxygenated his system for peak performance. He was preparing the way a blade is prepared, going from resting to ready in the silence before deployment. Mina was 3 rows ahead, wedged between Uraraka and Kirishima, participating in a conversation about exam strategy that she was contributing to with the energy of someone who genuinely enjoyed tactical discussion and had learned more about it than anyone gave her credit for. Her eyes flicked to the rearview mirror twice during the ride, catching Izuku's reflection in the metal surface, finding his eyes closed, finding his breathing pattern, and recognizing it for what it was. She turned back to her conversation with a small smile that contained something private. The testing facility announced itself as they disembarked, a massive structure surrounded by simulation fields, the grounds already swarming with students from every hero program in the country. The volume of bodies was immediate and disorienting. 500 adolescents in hero costumes, their quirks visible in every direction, the air thick with the combined energy of ambition and anxiety and competitive intent. Schools clustered in their groups, uniforms and costumes mixed. The atmosphere felt less like an exam and more like a contained war zone's pre-deployment staging, which was exactly the psychological environment the test designers intended. Izuku stepped off the bus and into the crowd, and every head within a 20-meter radius turned. The bandages, the haori, the white snake on the shoulder, the flamberge visible on his back, the undulating shape of the blade announcing itself through its cloth wrapping. His reputation preceded him in ways that made his physical presence a confirmation rather than an introduction. Every school that had done their homework knew the name, knew the incidents, knew the specific data points that the sports festival footage and the Hosu reports had generated. The reaction to his arrival was the reaction of 480 students collectively updating their threat assessment in real time. 4 teams from separate schools, Shiketsu, Ketsubutsu, and 2 smaller programs had coordinated their approaches before the exam began. Strategy memos had been circulated. Video analysis had been performed. The known capabilities were documented. Serpent breathing movement pattern, the flamberge's curved blade advantage in close quarters, Kaburamaru's surveillance function, the flexibility that rendered linear containment ineffective. The coordinated strategy was reasonable, well-developed, and built on the assumption that preparation could match execution against someone whose entire fighting philosophy was built on finding gaps in prepared strategies. The exam began. The 500 bodies scattered across the facility's testing field, an urban simulation zone with buildings, alleyways, open plazas, and elevation changes designed to reward mobility and punish rigidity. Targets appeared on every student's body. 2 spherical indicators, one on the torso, one on the upper back, both requiring direct hits to activate the eliminated signal. Izuku walked into the field. 4 vectors converged on his position within 90 seconds of the start. The first team, a Shiketsu 5-person unit, came from the north, their formation designed to box him into the street they'd funneled him toward. The second team hit from the east, their timing synced to arrive as the Shiketsu team committed his attention northward. The third cut off the southern retreat. The fourth, the team from Ketsubutsu, positioned themselves on rooftops to prevent aerial escape. Kaburamaru's head moved. The sweep covered all 4 vectors in the time between one heartbeat and the next. The full tactical picture arrived in Izuku's awareness like a photograph developing from blank paper into high-definition image. positions, timing, the coordination chain between teams, and, most relevantly, the communication method linking them together. Each team had a member with a signaling quirk, light-based, a flash pattern that served as timing synchronization for their approach. Kill the signal, kill the coordination. Serpent breathing, first form, winding serpent slash. Izuku's blade left its sheath, and the Shiketsu team's signaling member, positioned at the formation's left edge, the light quirk active at his fingertips, found the flamberge arriving at his target spheres from a direction that his formation's geometry was supposed to make impossible. The undulating blade threaded itself through the narrow gap between two of his teammates. A gap that existed for less than a second as their formation shifted, and tagged both targets in a single pass that looked, from the outside, like the blade had bent around their bodies to reach him. The signal died. The four teams' coordination shattered simultaneously. 20 people who had been operating on synced timing suddenly discovering that their rhythm source was eliminated and their individual positions were exposed without the collective backing that made them viable. They had planned for Izuku's speed. They had planned for his flexibility. They had failed to plan for the possibility that he would identify their coordination infrastructure and remove it before engaging the teams themselves. The next 6 minutes were what the observing pro-heroes in the monitoring station would later describe as the most efficient elimination sequence in the exam's recorded history. Izuku moved through the former teams the way a current moves through rocks, around them, between them, through the spaces their fractured coordination left open, tagging targets with his blade's flat or his scabbard's edge, or, in 3 instances, with Kaburamaru's body as the snake launched from Izuku's shoulder and crossed the distance to an exposed target sphere faster than the student wearing it could react. The snake hit targets. Kaburamaru became a projectile, a remote-operated precision instrument whose small body and blinding speed made him impossible to track once he was airborne. He would launch, tag, and return to Izuku's shoulder in the time between one stride and the next, the snake's amber eyes already finding the next target before he'd fully settled back into position. 3 students from Ketsubutsu discovered they had been eliminated by a snake before they registered that a snake was in the engagement at all. By the 20-minute mark, Izuku had qualified. His required target count had been met at a speed that caused the monitoring system to flag his performance for review, an automated alert that triggered when any participant exceeded the expected qualification pace by more than 300%. The flag was noted by the exam monitors, dismissed as accurate, and flagged again when his count continued climbing past the qualification threshold into territory that the system's parameters classified as anomalous. By the 40-minute mark, the tally board in the monitoring station showed a number that caused the senior examiner to remove her glasses, clean them, replace them, and look again. The number remained the same. She called in her supervisor. The supervisor looked at the board, looked at the monitor showing Izuku's current position in the field. Walking, blade on his shoulder, Kaburamaru sweeping the surrounding blocks with the lazy confidence of a predator whose territory had been established, and said, "Is the system functioning correctly?" It was. The number was accurate. It exceeded every previous exam record by a margin that made comparison less a measurement and more a statement of category difference. Class 1A made it through. The qualification numbers were strong across the board. The benefit of training alongside someone who set the ceiling so high that everyone else's improvement felt natural by comparison. There were celebrations. There was relief. There was the specific energy of young people who had cleared a gauntlet and were feeling the chemical aftermath of stress resolved. During the supplemental portion, the rescue simulation that tested recovery and crisis response alongside combat, Mina took an impact, a redirected attack from another student's quirk, a kinetic burst that caught her side when the original target dodged and the ricochet hit her instead. The force was enough to drop her, her body hitting the simulation field's rubble surface with a grunt and a roll that ended with her on her back, staring at the artificial sky above the testing dome, her breathing compressed by the impact to her ribs. The buzzer sounded. The round ended. Students began disengaging, milling toward the assembly point, conversations starting up as the adrenaline converted to social energy. Izuku was across the field. He had been engaged with a separate cluster of simulation targets when the buzzer sounded. The distance between his position and Mina's position was 40 meters. He covered it in something under 4 seconds, a speed that turned the heads of 3 nearby students who watched him pass and felt the displaced air in his wake. He crouched beside her without speaking. Kaburamaru was already off his shoulder, the snake flowing down his arm and onto the ground beside Mina's head, tongue flickering in rapid assessment, reading her heat signature, mapping the point of impact through the temperature differential at her ribs, feeding the information back to Izuku through their bond. The assessment arrived: bruised ribs, compressed tissue, pain without structural damage. She was hurt. She was whole. Izuku stayed there. His hand rested on his knee, his body between her and the crowd, his position creating a barrier of presence that communicated something to anyone approaching. She is being attended to. Keep walking. His eyes moved over her face, reading her expression, the set of her jaw, the way she was breathing in the controlled pattern of someone managing pain through discipline rather than displaying it. Mina's eyes found his. She was on the ground looking up at him, and his expression was doing the specific thing it did when something in his environment was wrong, and he was calculating the fastest path to making it right. The intensity that most people read as threatening, and Mina had long since learned to read as concerned. She waved one hand. The gesture was loose, casual, carrying the message she intended it to carry. "I'm fine. Stop looking at me like that." Her grin surfaced through the wince. He helped her up anyway. His hand took her forearm, a grip that was steady and placed with awareness of where the injury was, and therefore where his contact would avoid. He lifted. She rose. He released her the moment her balance confirmed itself, stepping back with the immediacy of someone who had held something valuable and was setting it down before his hands could do anything stupid. Mina stood on her own feet and looked at his profile. The side of his face that was turned slightly away from her, the bandaged jaw, the green eye visible at the angle he was holding. She looked at him for 3 seconds that contained more processing than 3 seconds usually permitted. What she was thinking existed in a frequency she hadn't yet put words to, but the core of it was this: his grip had been gentle. In all the time she had spent in his space, watching him train, watching him fight, watching his hands move with lethal efficiency across every surface they touched, this was the first time she had ever felt those hands be gentle. The strength in them was unchanged. The intent behind them was different. She filed this away. The file went somewhere new, a category she was building without having named it yet. A growing collection of evidence that was approaching a conclusion she could feel in her chest without being ready to speak it. "Thanks," she said, and bumped her shoulder against his arm as she walked past him toward the assembly point. The contact was brief. The warmth of it stayed on Izuku's arm for the next 14 minutes, and he could feel Kaburamaru's tongue flickering against his neck in what the snake probably meant as commentary. 6 months into the school year, the shift arrived through official channels. Aizawa calling Izuku into his office during evening hours. The door closed, the lighting from the desk lamp casting everything in amber tones that made the room feel like a sealed space where difficult things could be said. Aizawa pushed a folder across the desk. Inside, intelligence briefings, surveillance photographs, organizational charts with nodes connected by lines that told a story. Izuku could read faster than Aizawa could narrate it. A syndicate, operating beneath Musutafu. Trafficking, quirk-enhancing compounds that carried a specific side effect profile, reptilian adaptation. The organization's symbol was visible in 3 of the surveillance photographs, a snake coiled around a human figure, rendered in a style that Izuku recognized the way someone recognizes a sound from a nightmare. The same symbol, the same aesthetic, the same worship dressed up as ambition, the same consumption dressed up as purpose. The same philosophy that had built a cage and put a child in it and called the feeding of that child to a monster divine. Izuku looked at the photographs. His hands were on the desk. His fingers were completely still. A stillness that was active rather than passive. The stillness of something coiled and deciding. The syndicate rebuilt. Aizawa said. His voice was factual in the way that a blade is flat, presenting surface rather than edge, giving Izuku the information without shaping the response. New leadership, expanded network. The commission has authorized a joint operation, pro heroes from the local agencies, advanced track students with provisional licenses. You're on the list. Izuku said nothing for 3 full breaths. Then, when? Thursday. Izuku's hand moved to Kaburamaru's head, stroking along the smooth scales with an automatic gesture that told Aizawa everything he needed to know about what was happening inside his ward. The same gesture Izuku performed when processing something that reached deeper than strategy, deeper than combat assessment, into the territory where the 10-year-old boy behind the Hashira's composure still lived, and still remembered, and still flinched. "I'll be ready," Izuku said. The operation went on a Thursday evening. 12 pro heroes, 6 advanced track students, a coordinated multi-floor strike on a facility in Musutafu's industrial district that intelligence had tagged as the syndicate's primary operations center. The building was 3 stories above ground and 2 below. Professional infrastructure, electronic security, personnel at every checkpoint with quirks enhanced by the organization's own product. The reptilian adaptations made them faster, more resistant, harder to put down. Their scales deflected glancing blows. Their reflexes operated on a timer that was 20% faster than unenhanced baselines. The teams hit every floor simultaneously. The coordination was clean. Radio communication, designated roles, engagement parameters established during the 3-day briefing that preceded the operation. Pro heroes took the upper floors. Student hero teams handled the ground level. Izuku was assigned to the below-ground approach, the subterranean levels where intelligence suggested the highest value targets were positioned. He descended the stairs alone. The assignment had included a partner, a 3rd year from UA's advanced track, a capable combatant with a hardening quirk. But the 3rd year had been pulled to assist on a ground floor engagement that went hot before the underground team could deploy. Izuku descended alone because the alternative was waiting. And waiting was something he had done for 14 years in a space he could still feel against his skin if he let himself remember. The underground levels were lit by fluorescent fixtures that buzzed at a frequency gainer. Kaburamaru tracked with his head, the snake's body tight on Izuku's shoulder, every sense at maximum extension, mapping the floor ahead through thermal reading and vibration. The corridor was concrete. The doors were reinforced. The air carried the chemical signature of the syndicate's product, a sweetness beneath the industrial smell that made Kaburamaru's tongue flicker in rapid disapproval. 3 guards at the first checkpoint. Enhanced, armed, their scales catching the fluorescent light with an iridescence that made them look less human and more like the thing they had been designed to resemble. They saw Izuku approaching from 20 meters and oriented toward him with the coordinated response of people who expected intruders and had been briefed on what to do when they arrived. Izuku drew his blade mid-stride. The Flamberg's sound, steel clearing wood, filled the corridor with the specific tone that announced the end of every conversation that had been happening before it. Serpent breathing. Second form, venom fangs of the narrow head. The corridor was narrow. The guards expected this to limit a sword user's range. Standard tactical logic said bladed weapons lost advantage in confined spaces where the walls prevented full swings and the ceiling prevented overhead arcs. Standard tactical logic assumed a blade that traveled in straight lines. Izuku's Flamberg traveled in curves. The undulating edge found the space between the corridor's walls and the guards' defensive positions, threading through angles that the confined geometry created rather than restricted, using the closeness of the walls as guides for the serpentine path his blade followed. The first guard's knee joint received the edge from below, a rising cut that traveled along the wall's surface before departing it at the exact point where the guard's leg was exposed. The second guard's weapon hand, a reinforced baton crackling with electrical enhancement, met the Flamberg at its wrist and separated from the arm in a clean arc that the undulating blade's wave pattern facilitated through multiple simultaneous contact points. The third guard attempted to activate his enhanced quirk, a scale-hardening response that should have turned his skin to armor, and found Izuku's scabbard planted in his solar plexus before the transformation completed. The hardening arriving too late to prevent the impact that expelled his consciousness. 3 guards. 4 seconds. The corridor was clear. Izuku continued downward. The second sublevel held more security. 6 operatives in a larger space, their positions suggesting they were protecting something behind the reinforced door at the corridor's end. They came at him in pairs, their coordination built on the enhanced reflexes their product provided, and the practiced movements of people who trained together regularly. He went through them the way he went through everything that stood between him and wherever he was going, finding the gaps in their paired defense, threading his body between their coordinated attacks, his spine rotating and his torso flowing, and his blade arriving at each new target from a direction that the previous target's fall had obscured from view. The serpentine principle at its fullest expression. Each movement created the conditions for the next movement. Each strike was both conclusion and setup, and the entire sequence flowed like a single continuous action performed at a speed that the enhanced operative's faster reflexes still could not match. The reinforced door yielded to his blade's edge, applied at the hinge points. 3 cuts, each one following the undulating pattern that allowed the flamberge to work through material from multiple angles in a single pass. The door fell inward. Behind it, a room, concrete walls, fluorescent lighting, and against the far wall, wooden bars. A cage. Izuku stopped moving. The cage was the same dimensions, the same material, the same construction philosophy, reinforced wooden bars set at intervals designed to prevent a child's body from slipping through, a door with a pin tumbler lock, a floor covered in thin bedding that served the dual purpose of minimal comfort and maximum weight gain facilitation. Inside the cage, 3 children, ages ranging from 5 to 8, their eyes wide in the fluorescent light, their faces carrying the expression of human beings who had stopped expecting anyone to come through a door and mean something good by it. Something happened inside Izuku that was beyond tactical assessment, beyond combat response, beyond the architecture of composure that he had spent 6 years building over the foundation of what had been done to him. The sight of those bars, the specific construction of them, the specific spacing, the specific way the wood grain ran along each one, drove directly past every wall he maintained and connected to the space behind them, where a 10-year-old boy with a carved face was still pressing against the 4th bar from the corner and hoping. He stood in front of that cage for 3 seconds. His breathing changed. A single deep intake through the serpent pattern, the technique performing its function the way it always performed its function, stabilizing what the mind could not stabilize alone, converting the raw voltage of memory into something that the body could process without breaking. His grip on the flamberge tightened, his jaw set behind the bandages with a pressure that his teeth would remember later. Then, he moved with a violence that was personal. The sound of reinforced boots on concrete behind him, more guards, summoned by the noise of the engagement above, arriving at the corridor's entrance with weapons drawn and enhanced quirks active. 6 of them. Their scales were thicker than the ones on the upper levels, the enhanced product at higher concentration, their reflexes sharper, their durability greater. They were the facility's best. They were positioned to protect the asset in this room, and the asset was the children in the cage, and the realization of that these men were guarding stolen children the way other people guarded valuables, added a temperature to Izuku's movements that the guards recognized as lethal intent approximately half a second before it reached them. Second form, venom fangs of the narrow head. He hit them without preamble and without the measured efficiency that characterized his standard engagements. This was different. This was the blade finding joints and tendons and structural weaknesses with a savagery that left the first 2 guards on the ground unable to rise, and the 3rd guard's enhanced scales cracking under the repeated impact of the flamberge's edge applied to the same point until the hardening failed. The 4th guard managed a counterattack, a scaled fist with enhancement-boosted force aimed at Izuku's ribs. Izuku's spine curved around the blow without breaking stride. his torso bending at the angle that let the fist pass through the space his body had vacated, and the return of his rotation brought the blade across the guard's collarbone with a force that ended participation. The 5th and 6th guards saw what had happened to the first 4 and made a decision that their enhanced physiology endorsed. They ran. They made it 3 steps before Izuku's scabbard caught one across the back of both knees simultaneously, and his foot drove the other into the wall with enough force to render consciousness optional. The room was clear. Izuku stood over the fallen guards, his breathing returning to baseline, his blade at his side with fluid that caught the fluorescent light and reflected it in patterns along the undulating edge. He turned to the cage. The children were pressed against the far wall. The position he knew, the position he had held, the position of someone who has learned that movement draws attention and attention brings pain. He crouched in front of the cage door. The lock was pin tumbler. 3 pins. His fingers found the mechanism from memory, the same memory that had guided them in the unlit room of another facility a decade ago, and the pins yielded in sequence. The door swung open. The children did not move immediately. They looked at the open door and then at the figure crouching in front of it, bandaged, heterochromatic, a blade at his side and blood on his haori, and the calculation they were performing was visible in their faces. Is this person safe? Kaburamaru moved. The snake flowed from Izuku's shoulder, down his arm, and onto the floor in front of the cage's open door. He moved into the cage with the slow, unthreatening movement of a creature who understood fear and was choosing to address it. His body was small and white and warm, and his eyes were amber, and his tongue flickered in the air around the children with the gentle exploratory motion of something that was reading their distress and responding to it with presence rather than pressure. The youngest child, a girl, 5 years old, her hands clutched together in front of her chest, reached out and touched Kaburamaru's head with one finger. The snake held still. The girl's hand flattened against his scales. Something in her face shifted. The smallest movement in the direction of trust, the first renegotiation of her expectation about what the world contained. The children came out. They followed the snake. They came through the cage door and into the corridor where a pro-hero, arriving finally from the upper floor, radio crackling with status updates, took over the extraction with the professional speed of someone trained for exactly this. The children went with the pro-hero. Kaburamaru returned to Izuku's shoulder. Izuku stood outside the empty cage. He looked at the wooden bars. He looked at the dimensions of the space inside, the ceiling height, the floor area, the gaps between the bars that a child's hand could almost fit through. His hand rose to his bandages, his fingers pressed against the cloth where it covered the scars at his mouth's corners. The scars that matched the bar's memory, that lived on his face as the permanent record of everything this place represented. He turned away. He walked back up the corridor. He went back to the operation. The raid concluded. The organization was dismantled. Leadership captured in the upper floors by pro-heroes who broke through the executive office's defenses 20 minutes after Izuku cleared the underground. Product seizures measured in hundreds of kilograms. Network connections documented and forwarded to intelligence for the wider web of operations that extended beyond this single facility. The operation was comprehensive. The outcome was clean. In the exterior assembly point, the joint team gathered for debrief. Pro-heroes checked injuries and filed initial reports on tablets. The advanced track students clustered together with the energy of people experiencing the aftermath of something real, different from training, different from simulation, carrying the specific weight of knowing that the people they fought tonight would face actual consequences, and the people they saved were actually saved. Izuku stood apart from the group. His blade was cleaned and sheathed, his haori was straightened. His expression, visible only in the set of his eyes above the bandages, carried something that looked from the outside like composure and felt from the inside like something much rawer being held in place by the architecture of years of practice. Mina appeared beside him. She was there in the way. She was always there, arriving without announcement, occupying space with the warmth that made every room smaller and warmer, her presence landing beside his the way sunlight lands on a surface it has been reaching for. She was in her hero costume, her hands at her sides, her expression carrying the open attention that she brought to every interaction with him. The look of someone who was present and asking and would accept whatever answer she received. "Are you okay?" she asked. The question was direct. Without condition, without pressure, without the layered implication that some people put into simple questions to extract more than the words ask for. She was asking because she wanted to know. She would accept yes. She would accept silence. She would accept whatever he gave her. Izuku was silent for a long time. His eyes were on the building they had just cleared. The facility's exterior, plain and industrial, giving nothing away about what existed beneath it. The fluorescent light from the underground was still in his retinas. The dimensions of the cage were still in his body's memory, laid over the fresh image of the same construction containing different children. The overlap was precise and devastating, and he was holding it with everything he had. Then he spoke. His voice came through the bandages, low and carrying something that he had never before allowed another person to hear in it. The sound of a wall with a crack in it, the sound of something behind the wall pressing against the gap. "I used to be in a cage." 5 words. 5 words that contained 14 years and the entire history of how Izuku Midoriya became what he was, and why his face was hidden, and why his eyes were 2 colors, and why a white snake lived on his shoulder, and why everything about him was built from the materials of survival rather than the materials of a childhood. He said nothing else about it. The 5 words were the entire offering, the entire trust, the complete and total extent of what he was able to give in this moment, standing in the aftermath of this specific operation with the fresh image of bars still printed on the inside of his eyelids. Mina did not push. She did not ask follow-up questions. She did not make her face into the expression of sympathy that people put on when they receive someone's worst information. The expression that means well and communicates pity and turns the person's pain into something they have to manage someone else's reaction to. She just stood next to him, her shoulder pressed against his arm, an accidental contact that was absolutely intentional, a point of warmth against the side of his body that communicated presence without words. She was here. She was beside him. She was staying. The silence between them lasted 7 minutes. During those 7 minutes, neither of them spoke, neither of them moved, and the distance between their bodies remained exactly 0. Kaburamaru was coiled on Izuku's shoulder with his head resting against Izuku's neck, and at some point during the 4th minute, the snake's tail extended, a small white line that reached from Izuku's shoulder across the gap and rested very lightly against Mina's arm. The contact was the snake's own choice, his own reaching, his own way of saying what his partner could not yet say with human words. Mina felt the tail against her arm. She did not look at it. She did not acknowledge it with movement or speech. Her smile, very small and very real, appeared on her face and stayed there until Izuku finally breathed out. A long, releasing exhale that carried something in it that had been held for a very long time, and straightened his spine and walked toward the extraction vehicles. He did not say thank you. He did not need to. She knew. The Liberation War began on a Thursday morning that the country would remember the way countries remember earthquakes, a before and after, a line drawn through the calendar that separated everything that came before from the world that existed on the other side. The Paranormal Liberation Front struck 7 cities simultaneously. The coordination was unprecedented. The scale was beyond anything the hero system had encountered in the modern era. Every available resource was deployed within hours. Pro-heroes, agencies, provisional licensed students, the entire apparatus of heroic response, mobilized at maximum capacity, Class 1A received their deployment orders before noon. Emergency authorization. The Provisional License Program's Crisis Clause activated, placing every licensed student in the field alongside professionals for the duration of the threat. The bus that carried them toward the Musutafu defensive zone was silent, in the way that spaces are silent when everyone inside them is processing the same enormous reality, and finding that words are inadequate to the task. Izuku sat at the back of the bus. His eyes were closed. His breathing was serpent rhythm. Kaburamaru was coiled tight on his shoulder, the snake's body carrying the tension of a creature that could feel the day's weight through the bond he shared with his partner. The flamberg was across Izuku's knees, his hands resting on the sheath, his fingers maintaining the light, constant contact of someone who knows they will need what they're holding very soon. Mina was 3 rows ahead. She was sitting beside Kirishima, her hands in her lap, her expression carrying the focus of someone who has been trained and is prepared and is still a 16-year-old going to war for the first time. She looked over her shoulder once. She found Izuku's face, eyes closed, breathing steady, posture speaking the language of someone who has been waiting for this moment without knowing it. She turned back around, her jaw set, her hands curled into fists, and between her fingers, acid pooled with the warm glow of a quirk that was ready. The Liberation Front's first wave hit the Musutafu residential district at 1:47 p.m. The impact was immediate and disorienting. Enemies emerging from positions that should have been civilian, the sleeper activation happening in real time, ordinary-looking people shedding their covers and revealing enhanced quirks and coordinated combat formations. The residential blocks became a war zone in the span of minutes. Evacuation sirens competed with the sounds of combat. Buildings took damage. Streets cracked. Izuku engaged the first Liberation Front lieutenant before the hero line had fully established itself. The operative was enhanced. Multiple quirks layered through the Liberation Army's research program, a combination of strength amplification and barrier generation that made him a mobile fortress. He moved through the residential street with the confidence of someone who believed himself untouchable, his barrier rippling around his body in concentric layers that deflected the range attacks of 2 pro heroes who were attempting to pin him from rooftop positions. Serpent breathing, 3rd form. Coil choke. Izuku hit him from ground level. The revolution was tight, orbiting inside the barrier's outer layer, finding the gap between the energy fields where the operative's body existed unprotected. The flamberg's undulating edge traced its ring around the lieutenant's torso at the level of his arms, and the curve of the blade found the joints on both sides simultaneously. The barrier couldn't protect what was already inside it. The lieutenant's enhanced strength meant nothing when the muscles that produced it were separated at their connection points. He dropped from the center of his own defensive field like a puppet with cut strings, the barrier flickering and dying as his consciousness failed. The second lieutenant lasted longer. Her quirk was environmental disruption, a reality-warping ability that rewrote the battlefield's geometry in real time, shifting walls and streets and gravity vectors into configurations that made trained movement patterns worthless. The ground became ceiling. The building on the left became the building above. The street curved into itself. Every pro-hero in the engagement zone staggered as their spatial awareness received information that contradicted itself. Izuku adapted. The disrupted geometry was chaos for anyone whose movement relied on expecting the ground to be where ground was supposed to be. It was home territory for someone whose fighting philosophy was built on the principle that straight lines were irrelevant. Kaburamaru's heat map updated in real time, tracking the environmental shifts through thermal differential rather than visual input, mapping the new geography as it formed rather than trying to remember the old one. Izuku followed the map. He moved through the disrupted space the way he moved through everything that tried to contain him, by finding the pattern in the chaos and threading himself through it before it solidified. He reached the lieutenant in the center of her own disruption field, the eye of the spatial storm, where the rewrites originated and the geometry was closest to baseline. She saw him coming in the final second. Her expression did the specific thing that targets expressions always did when they realized that their best ability had been navigated rather than overcome. The look of someone watching their greatest advantage become irrelevant. The flamberg's pommel met her temple. The disruption field collapsed instantaneously. The spatial rewrites snapping back to baseline as her concentration failed, the buildings returning to their correct positions, the streets restraightening, the gravity reasserting its standard direction. Every pro-hero and student in the zone stumbled as reality corrected itself, the sudden return to normal as disorienting as the disruption had been. Izuku was already moving toward the next engagement. The Musutafu defensive zone was a running battle. 6 locations, 4 hours, the Liberation Front pushing and the hero response holding, the line between controlled territory and chaos shifting block by block as each engagement resolved. Izuku's flamberge drew a thread through the afternoon that the hero response could follow. Wherever he went, the line stabilized. Wherever his blade cleared a position, the frontline heroes could advance. The pro heroes from the local offices started routing their engagements toward his position, directing their own fights in his direction, because every Liberation Front operative that tracked Izuku was an operative that had stopped paying attention to everything else. And the difference between tracking him and catching him was the difference between ambition, and capability. By the time the sun went down, the Musutafu zone was held. The Liberation Front's first wave had been contained, pushed back, captured, or eliminated across the defensive line. The hero response had lost ground in 2 of the 7 target cities, but Musutafu held clean. The reports that filed in from the other zones asked the same question the command structure always asked after an engagement with this kind of result. What happened in Musutafu that we can replicate? The answer, a 16-year-old boy with a sword and a snake, was less replicable than they hoped. That evening, the heroes and students assembled at a triage point, a repurposed school gymnasium that served as the defensive zone's temporary base of operations. Everyone was exhausted in the specific way that real combat produces exhaustion. Bone level, physiological, the kind that makes sitting down feel like a religious experience, and standing back up feel like an act requiring genuine courage. Bodies filled the gymnasium's floor. Some slept, some ate. Some sat against the walls and stared at the ceiling with the expression of people who had just experienced the longest day of their lives and were feeling every hour of it simultaneously. Izuku sat with his back against a concrete barrier at the gymnasium's edge. His blade was across his knees. His eyes were closed. The serpent breathing rhythm was running at its post-combat frequency. The pattern that settled the nervous system after extended engagement, that brought the heightened state back down to baseline in stages rather than crashing it all at once. Kaburamaru was on the ground beside him, off the shoulder for the first time all day, the snake coiled in a small white circle beside Izuku's hip, his head tucked beneath his own body in the position that meant rest. Genuine rest. The kind that even a 1,000-year-old bond recognized was necessary after a day like this one. Mina appeared around the barrier. She had changed into dry clothes, her hero costume replaced by the UA training uniform, her hair pushed back from her face with a headband that someone had offered her and she'd accepted. She carried 2 water bottles in one hand and a wrapped protein bar in the other. The protein bar had a label, a specific brand, a specific flavor, the one that appeared in her locker every morning and that she had mentioned to Uraraka 3 weeks ago was her favorite. She had brought his own gift back to him. She understood the loop. She was completing it. She sat down beside him. The barrier was between them and the rest of the gymnasium, a concrete wall that created a space just large enough for 2 bodies and a snake, and the silence between them. She put 1 water bottle against his knee without touching him. She unwrapped the protein bar and broke it in half and put his half on the barrier's ledge where his hand could reach it. She said nothing. He said nothing. They stayed like that for 17 minutes, the longest continuous shared silence of their history. Longer than the night in the dormitory common room, longer than the 7 minutes after the syndicate raid. The gymnasium hummed with the low sound of people existing in the aftermath of something enormous. Beyond the walls, the city continued. Sirens sounded at intervals. The other heroes and students moved and spoke and slept. In the space behind the concrete barrier, Izuku and Mina were still. His breathing was serpent rhythm, steady and measured. Her breathing matched it, unconsciously, the way that proximity to a rhythm synchronizes without intention. Kaburamaru's small white body was coiled between them on the floor, his head resting against Mina's ankle, his tail brushing Izuku's boot. The snake was the bridge. The snake had always been the bridge. At minute 12, Izuku's hand moved. It came off his knee, slow, the movement carrying the specific quality of something being done for the first time, and therefore requiring more energy than routine actions, and his fingers found the water bottle she'd placed against his leg and lifted it. He drank. He put the bottle down. His hand returned to his knee. At minute 15, Mina's head tilted sideways. The angle brought her temple to rest against his shoulder. Light contact, barely there, the weight of a head finding a surface that was close enough and comfortable enough and familiar enough to rest on. Izuku's shoulder did not move. His breathing did not change. His body held perfectly still in the way that bodies hold still when they are afraid that any adjustment will end something precious. At minute 17, she straightened. She picked up her water bottle. She stood. She looked down at him. His eyes still closed, his blade across his knees, Kaburamaru's tail still brushing his boot, and her expression held everything she was feeling without putting any of it into words. "Get some sleep," she said, and she walked around the barrier and back into the gymnasium's general population, and Izuku opened his eyes and looked at the space where she'd been sitting, and his hand moved from his knee to Kaburamaru's head and rested there with the gentleness of someone holding the only two things in the world that mattered to him. Shigaraki reappeared on the war's fourth day with the specific timing of a nightmare that has been building strength in the background while the waking world dealt with smaller problems. The Tamura Shigaraki who emerged from the Liberation War's next phase bore a resemblance to the boy who had fled the USJ in structure alone. The physical frame was the same, the pale hair was the same, but everything that lived inside that frame had been rebuilt. All for one's investment had reached its maturity. The procedure had completed. The quirk that once required 5-finger contact to activate had evolved beyond the limitation of touch entirely. He arrived at the Musutafu Zone's eastern front on a morning that had started with false calm. The kind of stillness that exists when something enormous is gathering its breath before exhaling. The Hero Line was deployed along the commercial district's main thoroughfare, maintaining positions that the previous 3 days of fighting had established as defensible. The morning was routine. The engagement was expected to continue at the pace the previous days had set. Then, the ground began to crack. The fissures started at a single point, the center of the commercial thoroughfare, 200 meters from the Hero Line, and spread outward in branching patterns that moved faster than the eye could track. Pavement crumbled. The subsurface layer visible beneath the broken asphalt was already turning to dust. The cracks widened. They accelerated, and they were moving toward the Hero Line with the unstoppable expansion of something that could not be outrun, only avoided. Decay. Evolved decay. Propagating through material at a rate that made the original contact-based version look like a children's game, spreading without touch, without proximity through the medium itself, jumping from connected surface to connected surface the way fire jumps between dry branches, consuming everything structural in its path. Izuku was 100 meters from the leading edge of the expansion when Kaburamaru's head snapped forward and the snake's entire body went rigid with the specific tension that meant catastrophic, immediate, move now. The information arrived in a flood. The decay's expansion rate, its propagation pattern, the direction of advance, and, at the center of the spreading devastation, a single heat signature standing with the casual posture of someone watching their own work unfold. Shigaraki stood in the decay field like a man standing in his garden. The destruction around him was his environment. The dust that had been buildings was his landscaping. His remaining hand, 7 fingers after the USJ, the stumps of the 3 Izuku had taken visible as smooth-heeled terminations, hung at his side with the relaxed energy of something that no longer needed to make a fist to be lethal. His face wore the expression of a man who has waited months for this moment and finds the reality satisfying. Izuku moved toward him. Every pro-hero on the line was shouting. The retreat order was going out. The decay's radius making the forward positions untenable, the Hero Line pulling back to create distance from the expanding front. Everyone was retreating. Everyone was moving away from the epicenter. Izuku was moving toward it. Kaburamaru mapped the decay's expansion in real time, reading the propagation through thermal differential, because decaying material lost heat faster than stable material. and the temperature gradient between consumed and unconsumed surfaces created a visible map of where the destruction had been and where it was going next. The map showed gaps. The expansion was constant, but it was bound to the medium it was traveling through. And the medium had interruptions, air gaps, spaces between surfaces that were too wide for the decay to jump, fissures in the pavement that broke the material continuity and created islands of stability within the spreading field. Izuku found the islands. His feet hit stable ground between the decay waves, landing on the surfaces that Kaburamaru's map identified as still whole, staying ahead of the expansion by reading the pattern faster than it could complete. He was running through a field of dissolution the way he ran through everything that tried to end him, by finding the spaces that the destruction hadn't reached and moving through them before they closed. Shigaraki watched him approach. The leader of the Liberation Front, the evolved weapon that All for One's decades of investment had produced, watched a 16-year-old boy running toward him through the decay field with a sword on his back and a snake on his shoulder, and the specific posture of someone who has never in 2 lifetimes considered retreat as an option available to him. Shigaraki's remaining hand raised. The decay intensified, the propagation speed increasing around Izuku's approach vector, between surfaces narrowing as the destruction's acceleration targeted the path he was taking. Shigaraki was adapting in real time, directing the expansion toward the islands of stability Izuku was using, trying to erase the gaps before they could be traversed. Izuku adapted faster. His feet found surfaces that existed for fractions of a second. Concrete fragments that the decay was approaching but hadn't reached. Metal fixtures that the organic decay couldn't propagate through. The air itself, as he launched from one island to another with jumps that covered distances his legs should not have managed, but his serpent breathing technique converted from impossible to achieved. He crossed the field. He reached Shigaraki. "You filthy, creeping maggots make my skin crawl," he said through his bandages, his voice carrying through the sound of the crumbling city around them with a venom that existed independent of volume. His blade cleared its sheath and the undulating steel caught the morning light and threw it in patterns that looked like a living thing uncoiling. Shigaraki smiled. The expression was thin and sharp and carried the specific quality of someone who had been looking forward to this rematch with genuine anticipation. "The one who took my fingers," he said. His voice was scratchy and pleased and carrying something beneath the pleasure that sounded like respect, wearing the costume of hatred. The engagement began. Shigaraki's evolved. Decay gave him a threat radius that extended beyond his body. The air around him was lethal. The ground beneath him was unstable. The standard engagement distance that Izuku would normally maintain against a melee opponent was occupied by death rather than air. Getting close enough to strike meant entering a zone where every surface was actively attempting to unmake itself. The Flamberg's blade could cut, but cutting required proximity. And proximity to Shigaraki now meant proximity to a walking dissolution field. Izuku found the pattern. Kaburamaru found the pattern. The decay radiated from Shigaraki, but it radiated unevenly, stronger in the direction of his extended hand, weaker behind him, fluctuating in cycles that followed his breathing. When he exhaled, the field pulsed outward. When he inhaled, it contracted by centimeters. Centimeters were enough. Serpent breathing, 5th form, slithering serpent. Izuku dropped. His body went low, nearly parallel with the ground, his movement becoming the lateral, ground-hugging advance that the 5th form demanded. He hit the gap behind Shigaraki on the inhale, when the decay field pulled inward by its fractional margin, and his blade traveled along the ground in a sweeping arc that targeted Shigaraki's heels from a direction his posture was not defending. Shigaraki jumped. His reaction speed was enhanced. The procedure had upgraded everything, reflexes included. He cleared the blade and his hand oriented downward, decay pulsing at the surface where Izuku's body was. The ground beneath Izuku's torso began to crack. Izuku was already gone. The 5th form's ground-level movement converted to a spring, his compressed position exploding upward as the surface he'd been on disintegrated, his body launching above Shigaraki's position with a velocity that put him in the air faster than the decay could follow through a medium it couldn't propagate in. 4th form twin-headed reptile. The aerial arc carried him over Shigaraki's defensive gesture, above the hand that directed the decay, above the field that made ground-level approaches lethal. The flamberge came in from two directions, the undulating blade's wave pattern producing the double slash that attacked both shoulders simultaneously. The blade was sharper than it had been at Hosu. A year of refinement had put an edge on the flamberge that the original weapon had lacked, an edge that was built for enhanced targets, for opponents whose durability exceeded human baseline, for enemies that required more than standard steel to cut. The first slash hit Shigaraki's left shoulder. The enhanced body resisted. The procedure had given him durability that made the USJ version look fragile, but the edge was enough. The flamberge bit through the enhanced tissue with the specific advantage of a wave-patterned blade, multiple contact points in a single cut, each undulation acting as a separate edge that worked through the resistance in sequence. The second slash caught the right shoulder from the opposite direction, the blade's return path finding the same structural targets from the other side. Shigaraki staggered. His decay field flickered, the shoulders that controlled his arm's extension compromised, the hand that directed the expansion losing its precision. The field became wild, undirected, still lethal but lacking the focused targeting that had been hunting Izuku's movement. It spread in every direction without priority, eating the surrounding buildings without purpose. Izuku pressed. He had the momentum, and against an opponent whose ability depended on precise direction, disrupting that direction was victory in motion. His blade came again, low this time, targeting the junction between Shigaraki's wrist and his forearm, the point where his hand connected to the arm that raised it. The undulating edge found the path between the enhanced tissue's resistance and its structural limits, the flamber's wave pattern working through the layered durability in stages, each contact point in the undulation creating a deeper track for the next to follow. The strike connected. Shigaraki's wrist, the dominant hand, the primary direction mechanism for his evolved decay, lost structural integrity at the joint. His hand dropped. His fingers went limp. The most lethal quarter of his quirk's effective range, the directed, focused expansion that could target specific surfaces and chase specific opponents, went offline. Shigaraki dropped to one knee. His expression cycled through pain and fury, and something that lived beneath both. The calculation of a man who has committed enough resources to this fight and is determining whether the remainder justify continued investment. The decay field was still active around him. Diffuse, undirected, eating the surroundings without purpose, but the focused weapon it had been was compromised. He could still destroy. He could no longer hunt. His eyes found Izuku's through the settling dust. Something new lived in them, something that was neither the shocked fury of the USJ nor the frustrated rage of someone whose plan had failed. This was assessment. The genuine, recalibrated assessment of a man looking at an opponent he could no longer afford to consider anything less than equal. Peer recognition, wearing the face of grudging respect, Kurogiri's mist bloomed behind Shigaraki. The warp gate opened with the speed of an extraction that had been pre-planned. The exit strategy of someone who had accepted that this engagement's ceiling had been reached and continuing beyond it risked more than retreating. Shigaraki stepped backward into the mist. His eyes held Izuku's until the gate closed around him. The decay field died the moment its source vanished. The surfaces that had been actively crumbling stopped, frozen at whatever point of dissolution they'd reached, the city around the engagement zone, standing in various states of partial consumption, like a photograph of a waterfall caught mid-flow. The silence that followed was enormous. The pro-heroes who had been maintaining the retreat line, watching from the distance they'd created when the decay started spreading, looked at the scene and found it difficult to integrate. Buildings half consumed, streets partially dissolved, and at the center of it, standing, blade at his side, Haori singed, breathing with the measured pattern of someone coming down from the highest output their body could produce. Izuku Midoriya. Whole. Victor. The hero line advanced back to its previous positions. Medics moved into the engagement zone. Reports started filing. The communication chain that connected this zone to the national command structure carried the outcome upward with the speed that results This significant always traveled. Aizawa was at the triage point when Izuku walked in. The teacher looked at his student, singed Haori, blade cleaned, but still in hand, Kaburamaru tight on his shoulder with the residual tension of a combat that had pushed them both to their ceiling, and his expression did a single, contained journey from assessment to conclusion. "Good work," Aizawa said. 2 words. They carried everything. In the observation zone where the students had been positioned during Shigaraki's engagement, the safe distance that protocol demanded, the vantage point that allowed them to watch without participating, Class 1A was experiencing the aftermath of having witnessed something that exceeded their framework for what their classmate was capable of. Kirishima was sitting on the ground. His legs had given out at some point during the fight, the specific moment when Izuku launched through the decay field without touching a dissolving surface, his body finding air paths between the destruction. And he had simply sat down because standing felt inadequate to the weight of what his eyes were showing him. His expression was the expression of genuine, uncomplicated reverence. Yaoyorozu had her phone out. She had been timing. She was looking at the number and shaking her head with the specific repetition of someone who keeps checking data that continues to be correct despite being impossible. Todoroki stood at the observation zone's edge with his arms crossed and both eyes fixed on the engagement zone, where Izuku was walking back. His expression was doing the thing it did when his internal calibration system received data that required complete architectural revision. His left hand, the fireside, was producing steam that he seemed unaware of. Bakugo was standing with his back to the observation zone's railing, facing away from the fight. His arms were crossed, his jaw was locked, his palms were producing continuous light smoke. He had watched the entire fight, and at some point during it, the specific point where Izuku's blade found Shigaraki's wrist joint and ended the primary threat in a single flowing strike, he had turned away. What was on his face when he turned was something he would never let anyone see, and the wall he was now facing was the only witness to whatever that expression contained. Mina was gripping the observation railing with both hands. Her knuckles were pale against her pink skin. Her expression was fixed on Izuku's retreating form as he walked back toward the hero line. Blade at his side, Haori moving in the displaced air, Kaburamaru's white body visible on his shoulder, and her face was doing something that was equal parts relief and something deeper that made her chest feel tight and full and too small for whatever was expanding inside it. She exhaled. She released the railing. She turned to Uraraka, who was standing beside her with tears on her face that Uraraka had not noticed and would deny later. "He's okay," Mina said. Her voice was steady. What it carried beneath the steadiness was anything but. The war ended. It ended the way wars end, in stages, in negotiations, in the gradual reduction of hostilities, as the Liberation Front's leadership was captured or scattered, and the organizational body lost its coordination, and its members began making individual decisions about the value of continued resistance versus survival. It ended across 7 cities in the span of 3 days after Shigaraki's retreat, the remaining forces losing coherence without their enhanced commander's direction. What followed was a period that arrived with the unfamiliarity of something half forgotten, days without deployment orders, evenings in the dormitory that extended past dinner, mornings that started with training rather than emergency briefings. The threat level dropped from active to monitoring, and the reduction felt physical. Felt like a weight being lifted from shoulders that had forgotten they were carrying it. Class 1A existed in the dormitory again. They ate meals together. They argued about television shows and homework deadlines and whose turn it was to clean the common room. They were teenagers again in the spaces between their hero work, and the transition between those modes, between the students who fought in a war and the students who left their socks on the common room floor, was jarring and natural, and exactly what recovery looked like for people their age. Izuku had changed. The change was visible to anyone who had been paying close attention, which was everyone in Class 1A, which meant the change was the subject of ongoing analysis in the group chat that excluded him and that he was certainly aware of and chose to ignore. He was still cold. He was still carrying his blade and his bandages and the venom that lived in his voice when he spoke about villains. But there were fractures in the surface now. Hairline gaps where the warmth leaked through in ways that were specific and deniable and obvious to everyone who witnessed them. He stopped training at 6 a.m. sometimes. He was present in the common room when breakfast started, sitting on the couch with Kaburamaru on his lap, his eyes on a book, or on the window, or on nothing in particular, his posture carrying the relaxed quality of someone who has chosen to be here rather than been required. He was there when Mina came down for breakfast. He was always there when Mina came down for breakfast. The timing was too consistent to be coincidental and too undeclared to be confirmed. Kaburamaru understood the situation with the comprehensive awareness of a soul that had been watching two people circle each other for a lifetime and a half. The snake's behavior had shifted into active facilitation. He would begin moving toward the common room's exit approximately 4 minutes before Mina's footsteps appeared on the stairway, tugging at Izuku's sleeve with the gentle, persistent pressure of a creature who had decided that his partner's schedule needed adjustment and was making the adjustment himself. Izuku would look at the snake. The snake would look at the stairway. Izuku would sigh, a sound that carried resignation and something else, something that sounded like anticipation wearing the disguise of inconvenience, and follow. The class had accepted. They were past surprise, past speculation, past the initial excitement of a developing situation. They were in the observation phase, the collective agreement to watch and appreciate and document without interfering, because what was happening between Izuku and Mina was happening at the speed of geological change, and any external pressure risked disrupting a process that was clearly working on its own timeline. Uraraka had a dedicated voice note on her phone. She added to it regularly, timestamps and observations and the specific details that she was convinced she would need for the eventual toast at whatever ceremony concluded this. Jiro had audio documentation. Kirishima kept a mental tally that he shared with Kaminari over lunch. Bakugo, when confronted with evidence of Izuku's behavior around Mina, produced an expression of such total comprehensive disgust that it functioned as its own form of validation. The disgust of a person who has been forced to witness something sweet and finds themselves unable to process it through any emotional system available to them. The romance existed in the spaces between grand moments, in the mornings and the evenings and the accumulated weight of days spent in proximity that was chosen rather than forced. On a Thursday evening, the common room empty, the clock showing 11:47 p.m., the rest of the class either asleep or pretending to be, Mina and Izuku were on the common room couch. The television was on, but neither of them was watching it. Kaburamaru was draped across the couch's armrest, his amber eyes half-lidded, his body in the boneless rest state. That meant he felt safe enough to be genuinely relaxed. Mina was showing Izuku something on her phone. The screen displayed a video, 30 seconds of footage she had filmed earlier that day, when Izuku had been in the kitchen making tea, and Kaburamaru had been left unsupervised on the common room floor. The video showed the snake discovering a piece of yarn that someone had left on the couch cushion. What followed was 30 seconds of a white snake attempting to subdue a piece of yarn with the full commitment of an apex predator encountering prey. Wrapping it, releasing it, lunging at it from different angles, getting tangled in it, and finally sitting motionless in the middle of a yarn nest, with the expression of a creature who had achieved something significant and was waiting for acknowledgement. The video played. Izuku watched it. His eyes, visible above the bandages, the green one and the yellow one catching the phone's light, shifted. The corners of them did something. The specific something that eyes do when the face beneath them is producing an expression that the covering makes invisible. The movement of the muscles around the eyes that corresponds to the muscles around the mouth, doing something that, in the absence of bandages, would be identifiable as a smile. Mina watched his eyes rather than the video. She was looking at the shift, the tiny, unmistakable adjustment of his expression, with the focus of someone who has been waiting to see this specific thing and has finally received it. Her own expression was soft in a way she would never let anyone else see, carrying the warmth of a person who understood the significance of what she was witnessing. Izuku Midoriya, smiling. Under the bandages, invisible, deniable, but happening, she saved the video to her camera roll. She pulled the phone back and set it face down on the cushion and looked at the television that neither of them was watching. In the hallway, outside the common room, positioned behind the door that was open by exactly 3 inches, their breathing held to minimize sound, a cluster of Class 1A students witnessed this moment through the narrow gap. Kirishima, Kaminari, Uraraka, Jiro, who had her earphone jack extended toward the room to catch any audio, and Todoroki, whose presence in the hallway cluster he would deny categorically, and whose attention through the door gap was as focused as anyone else's, despite his claimed indifference. Uraraka's eyes were wet. She was pressing both hands over her mouth to prevent any sound from escaping. Kaminari had his phone out and was typing observations into a note with the dedication of a field researcher. Kirishima was grinning so hard his face looked like it might separate. The scene ended without further exchange. Mina stood up eventually, stretched, said, "Night," Kaburamaru to the snake, and went upstairs. Izuku stayed on the couch for another 7 minutes, looking at the television, his hand resting on Kaburamaru's coiled body. His expression invisible behind the cloth, but his eyes carrying something that the hallway audience could see even at their distance. The specific warmth of a person who has been given something they didn't expect and is processing the gift. The training hall scene happened 3 mornings later. Mina arrived at Izuku's practice room at 5:30 a.m., her usual time, her usual entrance, the scheduling app still showing the room as available because Izuku still refused to register his reservation, and the room remained his through the consensus of everyone who had tried to book it and found it impossible to enter. She settled against the wall in her habitual position. Cross-legged, water bottle beside her, phone in her lap for the video footage she sometimes took, Izuku ran his forms. The flamberge moved through the serpent-breathing sequences with the fluid devastation that a 1.5 years of refinement had produced, his body flowing through positions that made the line between human anatomy and serpentine impossibility meaningless, the blade tracing arcs in the air that left visual impressions of a living thing rather than a piece of metal being directed. The third form's full sequence was his warm-up now. An extended rotation that carried him through the room's full dimensions, his torso wrapping around itself at angles that would concern a medical professional, and performing perfectly, regardless of concern. He completed the sequence. He stopped. He stood in the center of the room with his blade at his side and his breathing returning to baseline. Then he looked at Mina. He looked at her for 3 full seconds. His expression carried something she had never seen in it before, a decision being made in real time, a wall being taken down from the inside, a door being opened that had been locked since before she knew him. Then his arm moved. The flamberge extended toward her, handle first, the blade angled safely away, the grip offered in a position that said, "Take this." Mina looked at the sword. She looked at him. Her eyes traveled the distance between the offered weapon and his face twice before she moved. Then she rose from the wall and crossed the training floor and took the handle with both hands. The weight of the flamberge hit her immediately. The sword was significantly heavier than its appearance suggested, forged for someone who swung it hundreds of times daily, balanced for hands that had held blades across 2 lifetimes. Mina's grip was good, but the weight was beyond what her arm strength could maintain, and the blade began to tip sideways with the inexorable pull of mass submitting to gravity. Izuku's hand arrived over hers on the handle, one palm settling against the backs of her fingers, steadying the blade, preventing the tip from descending to the floor. His arm was close enough that the haori's fabric brushed her shoulder. His body was close enough that she could feel the warmth of him through the cloth. The specific heat that serpent breathing generated, the elevated temperature of someone whose oxygen system was running at peak efficiency. He adjusted her grip. His fingers moved hers, repositioning them on the handle, widening the space between her hands, shifting the pressure distribution so the weight became manageable rather than overwhelming. His voice came through the bandages with a quality she had never heard in it before. Patience. Actual patience. The sound of someone who had decided that this person's learning was worth his time and was giving that time without resentment or imposition. Lower hand wider, he said. Distribute through the palm. Let the weight rest rather than fighting it. Mina adjusted. The blade stabilized. She held it, actually held it. The flamberge steady in her hands for the first time, the undulating edge catching the practice room's lights. Like this? She asked. Better, he said. His hand remained over hers for 2 seconds longer than correction required. Then it withdrew. He stepped back. His ears were doing the thing they did. In the hallway outside the practice room, present through the door's narrow window, their faces occupying the small pane of glass in a stack that defied spatial logic, Kirishima, Kaminari, Uraraka, and Jiro were filming. 3 separate phones captured the moment from slightly different angles. The footage would appear in the group chat within the hour, and the response chain it generated would exceed 200 messages before lunch. Todoroki was present in the hallway as well, positioned 2 meters from the viewing cluster with his back against the opposite wall and his arms crossed, and his expression carrying the absolute neutrality of someone who was present coincidentally and observing nothing. His phone was in his hand, his camera app was open. He would deny this. The evening before, whatever was coming, and everyone knew something was coming. The same way animals know weather is changing before the sky shows it, the same way Kaburamaru's body tensed in increments that corresponded to the approach of something the snake could feel through frequencies invisible to human awareness. Mina found Izuku standing outside. The dormitory's rooftop access was technically restricted to maintenance staff. The restriction was enforced with a lock that Izuku had picked the first week of residence and never resecured. He was at the roof's edge, looking at the city lights, Musutafu's skyline spreading outward in the evening, the lights of buildings and streets and distant districts creating a landscape of warm points against the sky's bruised blue. His blade was beside him, propped against the rooftop railing. Kaburamaru was on the railing itself, his white body extended along its length, head oriented toward the city with the watchful attention that was his default state even in moments of relative peace. Mina came up behind him. Her footsteps on the rooftop surface were audible. She made no attempt to conceal her approach, because concealment was something you did with people who might be startled, and Izuku was someone whose snake had tracked her heat signature from the moment she opened the roof access door. She stood beside him. Close enough that her arm pressed against his, full contact, shoulder to elbow, the warmth of her body against the warmth of his through their respective clothing. The contact was intentional. She made it intentional by maintaining it rather than adjusting away, by letting the pressure stay, by claiming the space beside him and the touch between them as something she had a right to. The city lights spread below them. The evening was warm and the wind was light, and the world felt balanced on a point that would tip by morning. "Hey," Mina said. Her voice was different tonight, carrying something beneath its usual warmth, something that sounded like awareness of a truth neither of them had spoken. "Whatever happens next, I've got you." The words settled between them. Izuku absorbed them the way he absorbed everything she gave him, in silence, in the specific quality of attention that meant every word was being received and filed and held with a care that his surface would never show. He did not respond for a long time. The city lights continued their steady patterns below. Kaburamaru was still on the railing, his head now turned toward both of them, his amber eyes holding the reflected lights like small candles. Then Izuku's hand moved. His right hand, the one that was resting on the railing beside Mina's, shifted. His fingers traveled 2 inches across the metal surface and came to rest directly beside hers. The distance between his hand and her hand became something measurable in millimeters rather than centimeters. His smallest finger was a hair's width from her smallest finger. The gap between them was the smallest it had ever been, the final fraction of distance that represented everything he still held back and everything he was moving toward. He looked at the city lights. She looked at his profile, the bandaged jaw, the green eye visible at this angle, the tension in his neck that said, He was aware of every millimeter between their hands and was using all of his considerable willpower to hold position. The wind moved across the rooftop. Kaburamaru's tongue flickered. The city breathed below them, unaware that two people were standing on a rooftop above it with their hands almost touching and their hearts beating at rates that had nothing to do with combat or training or breathing technique. Mina did not close the gap. She understood, with the specific intelligence she brought to everything involving Izuku, that this distance was his offering, that getting this close was the act, that the hand beside hers was the bravest thing he had done all week, and he needed it to be enough for tonight. It was enough. She let it be enough. She stayed beside him until the wind got cold, and when she finally moved, pulling away, straightening, turning toward the roof access door, she let her smallest finger brush against his as she withdrew. The contact lasted less than a second. The warmth of it stayed on his skin for the rest of the night. "Good night, Izuku," she said from the door. He looked at her over his shoulder. The city lights were behind him. His eyes, both of them, the green and the yellow catching the distant glow, held her for a moment that felt like it contained everything he had ever wanted to say and everything he was still working toward being able to. "Good night, Mina," he said. She smiled. She went downstairs. He stayed on the roof for another hour, his hand on the railing where hers had been, his eyes on the sky, his breathing slow and measured and carrying something in it that sounded, for the first time, like hope. All for One moved on a morning that the sun rose red. The strike was coordinated beyond anything the Liberation War had demonstrated. The man behind the curtain finally stepping forward, bringing decades of accumulated power and stolen ability and strategic patience to bear against a hero system that had been tested and tested and tested across the months prior. The simultaneous hits came across 7 locations: pro-hero agency headquarters, civilian population centers, infrastructure points. The sleeper agents activated positions in law enforcement, in hospitals, in the communication systems that heroes relied on for coordination. The first hour was chaos. The second hour was worse. The hero response mobilized with everything available, every agency, every capable body, every student with a provisional license, and the willingness to enter a field that the morning's opening strikes had demonstrated was lethal. The coordination was national scale and happening at a speed that burned through communication channels faster than they could process. The final push, the operation targeting All for One's command position outside Sendai, was the largest organized hero action in Japan's history. Pro-heroes from every major agency, students from UA's advanced program, and provisional license holders from 3 other schools, the Commission's tactical reserves. Everyone who could fight and was willing to. The complex was a fortress. Former industrial buildings converted into layered defensive positions, staffed with the elite of every villain organization that had fed into All for One's decades-long cultivation of chaos. The operatives were among the strongest in the country, enhanced with stolen quirks, positioned by a strategist who had spent longer than any of them had been alive understanding how heroes fought, and building opponents who exploited every pattern heroism produced. The advance was brutal and sustained. A room-by-room operation that cost ground and time and the specific energy that real combat extracted from bodies that were pushed beyond training parameters. Class 1A was in the operation. They had earned their presence on this field. A year and a half of development that had taken them from first-year students to provisional heroes capable of operating alongside professionals. Izuku moved through the complex with the single-pointed focus of a blade being drawn toward its target. Every obstacle between the entrance and the inner sanctum received the full application of everything his training had developed. Enhanced operatives went down to forms that had been refined beyond what the documentation showed, their enhanced quirks meaningless against a fighting philosophy that found and exploited the gaps between any defense regardless of its origin. "Kaburamaru, keep your eyes open," he said, entering the complex's inner corridor. The snake spread across his shoulders, head moving in the constant sweep that meant full combat awareness was active. Every heat source in the building was mapped. Every approach vector was cataloged. Every threat between Izuku and the center of the complex was identified and categorized and scheduled for elimination. Mina was in the operation. She had been in Izuku's unit for the outer complex before the engagement route separated them. The building's architecture channeling different teams down different corridors as the advance progressed. She was capable. Her acid quirk had been refined through months of intensive work into something that dissolved barriers and created escape routes and controlled space with an efficiency that made the pro heroes in her unit look at her with the expression of professionals recognizing a colleague rather than a student. The inner complex converged. The architecture funneled the separate approach teams back together as they reached the core, the reinforced central structure where intelligence had placed All for One's position. The teams that had been separated for the outer complex's clearance began appearing in the same corridors, the same halls, the operations distributed approach, consolidating as the final target drew close. Izuku and Mina were in the same space again by the time the inner chamber's doors came into view. She was there, her hero costume scorched at the edges from the engagements she'd fought through to reach this point, her expression carrying the focus of someone who had been in continuous combat for hours and was still standing and still capable. She saw him across the corridor. He saw her. Kabaramaru's head turned toward her and back. The acknowledgement and the return to forward focus happening in the same motion. The inner chamber opened. All for One was waiting with the patience of something that has existed long enough to understand that everything comes to it eventually. He stood in the center of a space that had been cleared of everything except the man himself. A room stripped to its architecture, the walls reinforced, the ceiling high, the floor bare concrete. His appearance was what it had always been. The mask that concealed the ruin of his face. The suit that gave him the silhouette of normalcy. The posture of someone who considered the world a game whose rules he had written. The heroes who had made it to the inner chamber spread along its perimeter. Pro-heroes and students, the survivors of the advance, the ones who had fought through everything the outer complex contained and arrived at this final point. There were 16 of them. All might was present, skeletal, diminished, but here because this was the battle that required his presence regardless of what it cost. Aizawa was present. Endeavor was present. The students of Class 1A who had reached the core, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Mina. And Izuku, standing at the chamber's entrance with his blade drawn and Kabaramaru coiled tight on his shoulder, and his eyes, both of them, the green and the yellow, locked on All for One with the recognition that passes between a predator and its final prey. All for One turned his attention toward the gathered heroes. His voice filled the chamber, smooth, modulated, carrying the specific warmth of someone who considers violence a social interaction and combat a form of conversation. "Ah," he said, "all of you at once, how flattering." He moved. The quirk that activated was everything, accumulated, combined, refined across decades of theft and optimization. A shockwave of compressed force erupted from his body like a detonation without fire, pure kinetic displacement that expanded outward in a sphere, hitting every hero in the chamber simultaneously. Bodies scattered. The pro-heroes with the durability quirks weathered it, standing. The others hit walls, hit the floor, hit each other. The formation that the advance had built collapsed in a single gesture. Izuku cut through it. His blade moved, the serpent breathing technique converting his body's oxygen into the speed and strength necessary to swing the flamberge through the shockwave's leading edge, the undulating blade splitting the force around his body the way a ship's prow splits water. The force parted around him and hit the wall behind him, and Izuku was still standing and still advancing while the rest of the chamber recovered. Your convictions are the narcissistic ramblings of a madman. I have crawled through actual hell. I don't care about your ideals. I only care about eradicating scum like you. The words came out flat, cold, carrying the weight of everything they meant, the cage and the knife and the snake mutant and the decade of stolen childhood and the rebuilt syndicate and the liberation war and every villain who had stood between Izuku and the world he had promised himself he would clean. All for One was the last of them, the demon at the bottom of the hierarchy. the origin point of the suffering that had flowed outward through every organization he had cultivated. All for One looked at him. The masked face oriented toward Izuku with the complete, committed attention of something that has identified the actual threat in a room full of potential threats. His body shifted, the posture of engagement replacing the posture of address. His hand rose. The boy with the snake, All for One said. His voice carried recognition, the specific quality of someone who has read every report and watched every recording and understands exactly what he is facing. I've been curious about you. The battle began. All for One fought with the accumulation of decades. Every stolen quirk available to him in combination, each one activated with the strategic precision of a grandmaster deploying pieces. Strength amplification combined with spatial distortion, combined with kinetic manipulation, combined with regeneration, combined with barrier generation. He had access to abilities that the heroes in the room had spent careers developing individual counters for, and he had all of them simultaneously. He adapted to each form Izuku deployed. The records existed. The documentation was available. His intelligence network had provided him with everything that Izuku's fighting style had shown in every recorded engagement, first form. All for One produced a kinetic barrier that deflected the winding serpent slashes for his curved trajectory, reading the approach angle from the documented footage and positioning the counter before the blade arrived. Third form. All for One's spatial distortion redirected the coil choke's orbital path, bending the space Izuku moved through, trying to send the revolution off course to break the circular trajectory that made the form lethal, fifth form. All for One's speed amplification brought his counter online before the ground-level sweep could reach his position. His enhanced reflexes reading the form's initiation and moving him above the blade's path, every form that existed in the documentation was anticipated. Every technique that Izuku had displayed in a recorded setting was countered before deployment. All for One fought with a library of responses that had been built for this specific engagement. The counter strategy of a man who had spent decades understanding how to neutralize individual fighters and had applied that methodology to the most dangerous student in the country, Izuku found the edge of his documented ability and passed beyond it. The forms that came next were things All for One had never seen. Variations developed in the training hall at 5 a.m., the modifications and refinements, and entirely new applications that existed only in muscle memory and in Kaburamaru's mapped repertoire. Movements that had never been recorded. Techniques that had never been used outside the privacy of an unobserved practice room. The ceiling that documentation provided was a floor that Izuku had been building past in silence for months. First form, variant, Serpent's Hollow Fang. The winding serpent slashes trajectory inverted, the blade curving inward rather than outward, the undulating edge traveling a path that the original form's documentation said was impossible, and that Izuku's refined technique had rendered achievable. The slash arrived at All for One from inside his kinetic barrier rather than outside it, threading through the barrier's architecture from a direction the defense was designed to face outward against, never inward, the blade connected. All for One's shoulder, the first clean hit any combatant in the room had landed. The reaction was immediate, a burst of regeneration from one of his stolen healing quirks, the wound closing almost as fast as it was made. But it'd been made. The barrier had been bypassed. The documented counter had been inadequate. All for One's attention sharpened. The level of engagement increased. More quirks activating simultaneously, the combinations becoming more lethal, the strategic patience giving way to the direct application of overwhelming force. He had stopped playing. He had started fighting. The exchange accelerated beyond what any observer could fully track. Speed meeting speed, adaptation meeting adaptation, two combatants operating at the ceiling of their respective capabilities and pushing past those ceilings in real time. All for One threw combinations that should have ended the fight. Kinetic crushers, spatial traps, molecular disruption. Izuku flowed through them, finding the gaps that Kaburamaru's map identified, threading between the combination quirks' overlapping fields, his body moving through the lethal space with the same serpentine impossibility that had carried him through the decay field and the glacier and the fire and every other obstacle that the world had built between him and where he was going. Fourth form, variant, twin-headed reptiles shedding fang. The aerial arc was higher than anything previous, launched from the chamber's wall, his body using the vertical surface as a runway. The Flamberg's undulating edge descending from an altitude that can All for One's spatial distortion couldn't redirect because the blade was already inside the distortion's effective range before it activated. The double slash landed, both shoulders, deeper than before, the refined edge cutting through the regeneration's response time and reaching the structural layer beneath. All for One staggered. The accumulation of hits was building. The individual wounds healed, but the energy required to heal them was drawing from a pool that was finite despite its depth. Izuku was fighting the way water fights stone, each individual impact negligible, the accumulated effect inexorable. The decisive sequence came after 17 minutes of continuous exchange. Izuku had cataloged every quirk All for One deployed, every ability, every combination, every activation pattern. Kaburamaru had mapped them all through thermal differential and timing analysis. The picture was complete. The library of All for One's available weapons was documented in Izuku's awareness the way a musician knows a piece after hearing it once. Complete, total, available for exploitation. He waited for the gap. All for One's combination quirks required fractional transitions between activations, microseconds where one ability was being replaced by another, where the previous defense was offline and the next had yet to engage. The gap between barrier and strength. The gap between distortion and regeneration. The gap between combinations that could not overlap without interfering with each other. Kaburamaru found it. The snake's head oriented at the exact moment the gap appeared. Between All for One's kinetic barrier dropping for a spatial distortion activation, the microsecond where neither was active and the body behind them was unprotected. Izuku moved. Everything. Every form, every variant, every refinement that 18 months of training had produced, condensed into a single action. His body rotated through the gap in All for One's defense at a speed that the human eye could not track, and the Flamberg's undulating edge found the base of All for One's skull, the structural point where the spine met the brain case, the junction that no amount of regeneration could protect if the damage was comprehensive enough to sever the signal between mind and body. The strike connected, All for One's body went still. The accumulated quirks, every stolen ability, every combination, every layered defense dropped offline simultaneously. The chamber's distorted space returned to normal. The pressure that his presence generated vanished. His body folded. His knees hit the floor. His hands caught the concrete, and his mask cracked along its center line, and his expression beneath, what could be seen of it through the spreading fissure, carried the recognition of someone who has been beaten by something they failed to account for. All for One fell forward. His body hit the concrete floor, with the sound of something enormous becoming finite. He did not rise. The chamber held its breath. 16 people, pro-heroes, students, the symbol of peace himself, looked at the man on the ground and the boy standing over him and the blade in the boy's hand and the white snake on the boy's shoulder and the absolute, total, comprehensive nature of what had just happened. Then, All for One's hand moved. It moved from beneath his body, the last conscious action of a man who had planned for this contingency, who had held something in reserve for exactly this moment, who understood that defeat was a position from which one final move could still be made. The quirk that activated was something that had been stored precisely for this purpose, a compressed force projection, range capable, requiring only the gesture of an already fallen body to deploy. The shockwave erupted from his hand like a final breath, directed, focused, aimed at the space directly ahead of his fallen position, the space where Izuku stood. The space where Mina stood behind him, the space that the final attack filled, before anyone in the chamber could react, because it was already traveling, and it was already arriving, and it was already hitting. It hit Izuku full in the chest. The force compressed his torso, ribs folding inward, the structural impact of a kinetic blast designed as a last resort by a man who had spent decades preparing for every scenario, including the one where he lost. The Flamberge fell from his hand. Kaburamaru slid from his shoulder. His body left the ground and traveled backward through the air and hit the concrete floor with the full weight of his body and the damage beneath it. It hit Mina a fraction of a second later. The blast's radius catching her from the side, the force spinning her off her feet, debris from the floor's surface cutting a line across her shoulder as her body went airborne and came down on the chamber's concrete 3 meters from where Izuku landed. The chamber erupted. Pro Heroes moved. All Might was there, his skeletal body moving with speed that drew from reserves he could no longer afford to access, his form reaching All for One's fallen body and securing it before anything further could happen. Aizawa was moving toward Izuku. Todoroki was producing ice barriers against any follow-up that might come. Bakugo's palms were firing at nothing because the threat was already over and his body hadn't received the message. On the floor of the chamber, Izuku was on his back. The ceiling above him was concrete and distant, and his eyes were tracking it without focus, and his breathing was wrong. The sound of it, ragged, compressed, the specific whistle of lungs working against ribs that had been pushed inward, told him what Obanai's body knowledge confirmed instantly. The damage was real. The injury was the kind that needed intervention, and needed it fast, and would become something permanent without it. Mina was on the ground nearby, 3 meters away. She was conscious, her eyes open, her body on its side, the cut across her shoulder producing a line of blood that caught the chamber's overhead lighting. Her breathing was labored. The impact had compressed her as well, less severely than Izuku, but with enough force to make every inhale a negotiation with pain. She was looking at him. Across the chamber floor, Kaburamaru moved. The white snake had landed when Izuku fell, his small body hitting the concrete and recovering with the speed of a creature whose commitment to his partner was stronger than any impact his body had ever received. He rose. He oriented. He saw Izuku on the ground and Mina on the ground and made a decision. He went to Mina. The snake crossed the concrete floor between them, 3 meters of distance covered with the direct, purposeful movement of a creature who had chosen. His white body reached Mina's hand where it rested on the floor, and he coiled against it, around her fingers, against her palm, his head resting on her wrist with his amber eyes turned back toward Izuku. He did not leave her side. His choice was visible and total, and carrying the weight of 1,000 years of knowing exactly where he belonged and with whom he belonged there. Izuku saw, from his position on the floor, his head turned enough to find them. Kaburamaru coiled against Mina's hand, the snake's amber eyes meeting his across 3 meters of concrete. The bond between them carried something in that look, something that was simultaneously permission and instruction, and the simple, wordless statement of a companion who had been waiting for this moment and was confirming with his presence what his partner had been too afraid to confirm with words. Izuku moved. His body said no. The ribs, the compressed tissue, the specific anatomical message of structures that had been pushed beyond their tolerance. He moved anyway. His arms pressed against the floor, his torso lifted. The sound that left his throat was involuntary. The grunt of a body being forced past its own damage report, and he came upright and then forward, and his hands and knees carried him across the 3 meters of floor that separated him from the only thing in the chamber that mattered. He reached Mina. His hands found her, one arm under her shoulders, one hand at her back, lifting her, pulling her toward him, bringing her body against his chest, with the strength of someone who was operating on something far beyond muscle and far beyond adrenaline, something that was older than this body and more permanent than this life, and had been waiting across 2 existences for this specific moment. He held her. His arms were around her. Her head was against his chest, her cheek against the fabric of his haori, her body pressed to his in the first embrace he had ever given another person in his life. The first time since the rain and Aizawa's arms that he had been held. The first time ever that he had chosen to hold, he was aware of his breathing. The wrongness of it, the ragged compression, the whistle between inhales, the specific sound of damage asserting itself. He was aware that Mina's breathing carried a similar quality. The labored pattern of someone whose body had taken impact and was working through the aftermath. They were both broken. They were both breathing. They were both here. She said his name. Just his name, Izuku, and the sound of it in her voice, with the roughness of pain and the warmth that lived beneath everything she ever said. hit something in his chest that had been sealed since the cage and the knife and the rain and every year since, where he had built walls specifically to prevent this exact thing from happening to him. His jaw tightened beneath the bandages. His hand, the one at her back, pressed tighter. His eyes rose to the light coming through the chamber's wall where All for One's earlier shockwave had blown a section open. Gray light. Smoke. The aftermath of everything, his hand left her back. His fingers rose to his own face. They closed around the edge of his bandages. The cloth that had covered the lower half of his face since the night he escaped. Since the rain, since Aizawa found him and wrapped the wounds, and the wrapping never came off because what lived beneath them was something Izuku had decided the world did not deserve to see and he did not deserve to show. He pulled the bandages down. The cloth fell away from his face. The scars that ran from the corners of his mouth to his ears. The Glasgow smile carved by a god's knife into a 10-year-old's face. The permanent record of the cage and everything it meant were exposed, in the light, in the air. For the first time in 6 years, his face was uncovered in the presence of another person. The scars were silver white against his skin, raised tissue following the line from lip corner to ear on both sides, giving his face the appearance of a mouth that extended too far. The serpent's grin that had been carved into him to make him look like the thing that was meant to consume him. His jaw was visible. His mouth was visible. The expression that the scars framed was visible, and the expression was open, undone. The composure that had been his armor since childhood removed, the walls taken down, the face beneath them showing exactly what it was feeling without any barrier left to hide behind. He looked at Mina. She looked at his face. The real face. The scars and the green eye and the yellow eye and the expression that lived on the features between the silver lines of healed tissue. Her eyes moved across the scars, following their path from his mouth to his ears, seeing the damage, seeing the history, seeing everything that the bandages had hidden and that she had been willing to wait for. Her own expression did something that was simultaneous and complex. Understanding and grief and warmth and recognition and something that was larger than all of those. Something that made her eyes fill and her breath catch and her hand rise from the floor to find his jaw and rest there with her fingers against the scarred skin. She touched his scars. Her fingertips moved along the raised tissue with a gentleness that was absolute, tracing the line of what had been done to him without flinching from it, without looking away, without the specific recoil that Izuku had spent 6 years expecting from anyone who saw, and that was completely, totally, entirely absent from the person looking at him now. "I have been carrying something for 2 lifetimes, he said. His voice was different without the bandages, clearer, closer, present in a way that cloth had always prevented. The sound of it was raw in the chamber's air, unfiltered, carrying the tremor of someone who has removed their last defense and is standing without it for the first time. Obanai waited too long. He did not say it in time. I swore I would do it differently." A pause. His chest rose and fell with the wrong sound, the compressed breathing of damaged ribs refusing to expand properly. His hand found her face, his palm against her cheek, his fingers in her hair. The trembling at his knuckles was visible. "Mina, you are the only color I have ever seen in a world I was prepared to live in without any. Whatever happens, I need you to know that. I need you to know that I see you. Every day, every single day I see you. And you are the reason I started believing the world was worth cleaning up." The words fell from him with the weight of something that had been carried across lifetimes and was finally being set down. His voice cracked on the last word, the clean composition of his speech giving way at the seam, the fracture visible and audible and real in a way that made every person in the chamber who was close enough to hear look away, because what they were witnessing was private in a way that observation felt like violation. Mina's eyes were full. The tears that had been gathering as he spoke fell, running down her pink skin, catching the chamber's gray light, tracing lines from her eyes to her jaw. Her hand was still on his face. Her fingers pressed against his scars with a pressure that said, "I am here. I have these. They are mine now too." She was silent for a moment that contained the processing of everything she had been given and the selection of what to give back. Then she said with a voice that was thick with tears and steady beneath them, with the specific warmth that had defined her since the day she walked into his training room and complimented his snake. Izuku, I've known since the socks. And something in his expression broke open completely. The composure that had defined him across years and lifetimes, cracking along every line simultaneously, the face beneath the armor showing itself without reservation or defense. The expression was not grief. It was the specific overwhelm of a person receiving something they had decided they could never have. The vulnerability of someone who has been given back something they gave away a long time ago and forgotten they were missing. His forehead moved forward. The distance between them closed. The last inches, the final gap, the space that had been maintained between their bodies on rooftops and in common rooms, and during training hall mornings, narrowing to the point where their skin met. His forehead pressed against hers. The contact was total. The warmth of it spread from the point where they touched outward through both of them. In another life, he said, and his voice fractured here, the crack running through it like a fault line releasing, the sound of someone who has held something since before this body existed and is finally letting it go. If we are reborn again, if there is a next time, find me first. Find you first, she said. Her grin appeared, the grin that had been the first thing he noticed about her, the expression that made her face into pure warmth and pure welcome and pure, unguarded happiness. Through the tears, through the pain in her shoulder, through the sound of her own compressed breathing, the grin was there. It was real. It was everything. And then I'm making you marry me. Kaburamaru, coiled against Mina's hand, raised his head. His tongue flickered, the rapid, satisfied pulse of a creature confirming something he had known since the moment a piece of yarn brought them together in this life. His amber eyes held the chamber's light. His small body pressed tighter against Mina's fingers. Izuku's hand, still on her face, trembled at the knuckles. The tremor was visible, and he made no effort to stop it, because stopping it would require a wall, and he had taken every wall down, and there was nothing left to hide behind. His thumb moved across her cheekbone, wiping a tear's path. In every life, he said. Every single one. He held her. She held him back. Her arms came around him, careful of his ribs, aware of the damage, gentle in a way that carried full strength beneath the gentleness. She pressed her face against his neck, and her breath was warm against his skin. And her body was against his with the total commitment of someone who had been waiting with immense patience for someone she saw clearly a year before he was ready to be seen. Kaburamaru stayed on her hand. His coiled body rested between their pressed forms. The snake, who had traveled through lifetimes to find his partner, who had squeezed through a cage's warped bar to reach a bleeding child, who had chosen Mina with the certainty of a creature that recognized the soul it had been searching for. He was between them and with them, and his presence was the third thread of a bond that was older than any of their current forms. The chamber existed around them. The pro-heroes had secured all for one. The students were being attended to by the first response medics who had entered through the breached wall. Aizawa was approaching, his footsteps audible on the concrete, his presence arriving with the weight of a guardian who had just watched his ward fall and needed to confirm with his own eyes that the fall had a recovery. He stopped 3 meters away. He looked at them. Izuku holding Mina, Mina holding Izuku, Kaburamaru coiled between them, the bandages pulled down and the scars exposed, and the expression on Izuku's uncovered face showing everything that 6 years of cloth had hidden. Aizawa's own face did something that his professional control could not entirely contain. A movement at his jaw, a brightness at his eyes that he blinked away twice before it stayed gone. He turned away. He pressed his radio. He called it in. All might came through the breached wall with speed that his skeletal frame protested. He found the scene, Izuku and Mina on the floor, injuries visible, the compression damage readable in the sound of their breathing. His assessment was instant, survivable with intervention. Fatal without. The timeline was hours, and the hours started now. He made a phone call. The phone call went to Island, the research facility outside national jurisdiction, where the cutting edge of medical technology operated without institutional delay. He had a contact there. A relationship built across decades of being the symbol of peace and the trust that decades of that service generated. The conversation was brief. The answer was immediate. The helicopter came. It arrived on the complex's exterior within 14 minutes. Island's emergency extraction team, a medical crew with equipment that standard hospitals would not see for another 5 years. The stabilization was performed on site. Izuku's ribs splinted, Mina's shoulder bound, both of them given enough to survive the transport without enough to fix them fully. That would come at the facility. They were moved together. The extraction team tried to separate them. Standard protocol, individual stretchers, individual monitoring. Kaburamaru's hiss, a sound that started low and rose to a frequency that made the nearest medic's equipment produce feedback, ended that conversation. They were transported on adjacent stretchers, close enough that Mina's hand could rest beside Izuku's, close enough that Kaburamaru could maintain contact with both of them from his position coiled on the space between the stretchers. The helicopter rose. The complex fell away below them. The morning that had started with red sun and ended with the most powerful villain in the country on the ground grew distant as altitude converted the battlefield into a landscape and the landscape into a memory. Izuku's eyes were closed. His breathing was the specific cadence of someone managing pain through the serpent pattern. Inhale, hold, release. The technique doing what it had always done, converting the unmanageable into the endurable. His hand was beside Mina's. His smallest finger was against her smallest finger. The gap that had existed between their hands on the rooftop was gone. The distance was 0. The contact was permanent. The surgery took 8 hours. The waiting room at Island's medical facility was designed for comfort in the abstract sense. Cushioned chairs, ambient lighting, temperature-regulated air. The comfort was irrelevant to the people occupying it. Every member of Class 1A was present. They had arrived in waves, transported from the battlefield to the facility as the operation's aftermath processed the wounded and the waiting. And they filled the room with the specific energy of 18 people who cared about 2 of their number and could do nothing except exist in a space that was adjacent to the space where those 2 people were being put back together. Kirishima sat with his hands clasped between his knees, his fingers interlocked so tight that the knuckles had gone white hours ago and stayed white. His expression was fixed on the surgery room door with the intensity of someone who believed that looking away might change the outcome. His jaw was set. His eyes were red at the edges in the specific way that suggested he had cried before entering the room and was holding the remainder through will alone. Uraraka was crying. She had been crying in intervals for the past 4 hours, the tears coming and going in waves that she tried to manage and eventually stopped trying. Her eyes were swollen. Her hands were clasped in her lap. Jiro was beside her, one hand on Uraraka's shoulder, the other holding her own phone with a white-knuckled grip that said she was managing her own feelings through the anchor of physical pressure. Kaminari and Sero were together. Kaminari's arm around Sero's shoulders, both of them looking at the ceiling, both of them in the specific posture of people who have been sitting for too long and cannot bring themselves to stand, because standing feels like admitting that waiting is all they can do. Bakugo was sitting with his arms crossed and his jaw locked in a mask of absolute composure that was doing enormous, visible, transparent work, hiding what lived beneath it. His palms were pressed against his forearms. The smoke that usually rose from them was absent, as if the quirk itself had decided that this was a moment for stillness rather than combustion. His eyes were on the wall opposite his chair, fixed on a point that he had been staring at for 3 hours without variation. Todoroki was sitting at the room's edge, perfectly still. He had been in that position since the 2nd hour. His expression was blank in the way that his expression defaulted to blank, but his left hand, resting on his knee, was producing a faint warmth that manifested as steam in the facility's climate-controlled air, an involuntary stress response. The fireside expressing what his face refused to. Aizawa was in the chair closest to the surgery room door. His sleeping bag was under his arm. His posture was forward, elbows on knees, hands folded, eyes on the door, with the fixed attention of a man who had found a boy in the rain 6 years ago and carried him out of it, and raised him and trained him and watched him become something the world had never seen and was now waiting to find out whether the world would let him keep what he'd become. All Might sat apart from the students. His skeletal form occupied a chair in the room's corner, his hands clasped in his lap, his blue eyes cast downward. The symbol of peace in the posture of a man who was praying without words to something he was uncertain about, but committed to regardless. The surgeon came out at 3:47 a.m. She was small, precise in her movements, her scrub cap still on, her expression carrying the controlled evenness of a medical professional delivering results. The room surged toward her. 18 bodies and 3 adults, all rising or leaning forward simultaneously, the collected anxiety of 8 hours converting to desperate attention, she spoke. The words came in the specific register of medical delivery, information structured for maximum clarity, terms chosen for accessibility. The words that mattered arrived in sequence. Stable. Recovery. Prognosis is positive. Intensive rehabilitation required. Structural damage addressed. Internal compression resolved. They will recover. The room exhaled. The sound of it was collective and enormous. 18 people releasing 8 hours of held breath simultaneously. The unified exhalation of a group that had been living in the space between hope and fear and had just been pulled decisively toward hope. The release hit everyone differently and identically. Kirishima's head dropped between his knees and his shoulders shook. Uraraka's tears returned with force, her hands pressed over her face, her body curling forward with the specific posture of relief that looks identical to grief from the outside. Kaminari said something that was lost in his own choked voice. Sero's arm tightened around his shoulders. Bakugo stood up. He walked to the room's far corner. He turned his back to everyone. He stood there for 30 seconds with his hands at his sides and his spine rigid. Then he sat back down. His expression when he returned to his chair was exactly the same as it had been for 8 hours. If anyone noticed that his eyes were different, brighter, wetter at the edges, they had the sense to look somewhere else. Todoroki's steam stopped. His left hand went still. His eyes closed for exactly 5 seconds, and when they opened again, something in them had resolved. The specific expression of relief being processed through a system that experienced emotions at a delay. Aizawa turned away from everyone. He stood with his back to the room for 30 seconds. His shoulders moved once. A single, contained motion that could have been a breath or could have been something else. When he turned back around, his face was neutral. His eyes were dry. Whatever had happened in those 30 seconds was his alone. All Might, in his corner, closed his eyes. His lips moved. The words beneath any volume that the room could register. A private exchange between a man and whatever he believed in. The skeletal hands in his lap unclenched. His expression settled into something that looked, in the waiting room's ambient light, like peace. Izuku woke up 2 days later. The first thing he saw was Kaburamaru. The white snake was coiled on the bed rail, the metal bar that ran along the hospital bed's edge, positioned at exactly the height that put the snake's head level with Izuku's face on the pillow. The amber eyes opened the instant Izuku's did. The bond's connection reactivating with the speed of something that had never fully disconnected, only reduced to standby during the unconsciousness of recovery. Izuku looked at his snake. Kaburamaru looked at his partner. The exchange between them was wordless and comprehensive. You are here. I am here. We made it. The second thing he saw was Mina. She was in the adjacent bed, separated from his by 2 feet of tiled floor, close enough that the bed's rails almost touched. She was asleep. Her shoulder was bandaged, clean white wrapping covering the cut that All for One's debris had produced. Her breathing was even. Her expression in sleep was peaceful in a way that the waking world rarely allowed. The lines of focus and feeling that her face usually carried, smoothed by the absence of consciousness into something that looked like the truest version of rest. The third thing he noticed was his own face, bare. The bandages were gone, removed during surgery, replaced with nothing. His scars were exposed in the medical room's light. The air touched them. The world saw them. He was still wearing no bandages. He decided, in that moment, with the clarity of someone who has been through the last thing and come out the other side, this was how it would stay. The cage left those scars. The knife carved them. The thing that tried to consume him put them there as a mark of ownership. He had been hiding them as if they were his shame rather than his evidence, as if the marks of his survival were something to cover rather than carry. They were evidence. They were proof. They were the record of a boy who was supposed to be eaten and decided instead to escape, and decided instead to fight, and decided instead to love, and decided instead to live. The person in the adjacent bed had seen them. The person in the adjacent bed had touched them with her fingers and kissed his forehead above them and held him despite them. The person in the adjacent bed had known since the socks, and waited since the socks, and chosen since the socks. There was nothing left to hide behind. There was nothing left worth hiding. Mina woke up 3 hours later. Her eyes opened with the gradual surfacing of someone returning from deep medication-assisted sleep, awareness arriving in stages, the room's details coming into focus one element at a time. The ceiling, the light, the rail beside her bed, the snake on the rail, amber eyes watching her with the patient attention of a creature who had been waiting for this moment and was pleased it had arrived. She turned her head. She found him. He was looking at the ceiling, his face visible in profile, the scars catching the morning light from the window, his green eye and yellow eye open and present, and carrying the specific expression of someone who has decided that the world is different now and is beginning to learn what the new version feels like. "Good morning," she said. Her voice was rough, the aftermath of tubes and sedation and 8 hours of surgery. It was still the warmest sound he had ever heard. He turned his head toward her. His face, his real face, uncovered, the scars visible, the expression unguarded, found hers. His mouth moved. The muscles that the scars ran through produced an expression that was difficult and visible and real. A smile. Small. Crooked at the edges where the scar tissue pulled. Imperfect in a way that made it more genuine than anything perfect could have been. "Good morning," he said back, without the bandages. The words traveling through the air between their beds with a clarity they had never carried before. Unfiltered, unmuffled, his voice as it actually sounded when cloth was absent, and the person he was speaking to was the person he had chosen to be uncovered for. Kaburamaru flowed from the bed rail. His white body moved through the air between the beds, a brief bridge across the gap, and landed on Mina's pillow. He coiled beside her ear, his head tucked against her neck, his tail curled around her collarbone. He settled there with the absolute finality of a creature who had arrived at his chosen location and would move when he decided to move, and for no reason before that. Mina's hand rose and found the snake. Her fingers traced along his spine. The familiar contact, the habitual comfort of touching a creature who had been hers in every way that mattered since the first day she saw him sway toward her with the specific pleasure of recognition. Kaburamaru arched into her touch and stayed. Class 1A visited in rotating groups, 3 at a time, the medical staff's limit for a recovery room. They came in shifts throughout the first day and the second and the third, bringing food that the hospital's kitchen wouldn't provide, and updates on the world beyond the facility, and the specific energy of people who are visiting someone they care about and are trying very hard to be normal about it. Kirishima came in the first group. He made it through the door with his grin in place and his shoulders squared and his energy projecting normalcy with everything he had. He made it to the chair beside Izuku's bed. He sat down. He opened his mouth to say something. His voice broke. The grin stayed, but his eyes filled and his voice broke, and what came out was a sound rather than words. The specific noise of someone who has been holding themselves together for days and has arrived at the point where the holding fails. He pressed his hand over his face. His shoulders shook once. He got it back. He cleared his throat. He said, "Glad you're okay, man." His voice was rough but functional, and his grin returned to something that was genuine rather than forced, and Izuku looked at him and nodded once. A small motion that carried more acknowledgement than Kirishima had ever received from him. Bakugo came alone. He came at a visiting hour when the hallway was empty and the other groups had cleared out. He stood in the doorway of the room with his arms at his sides and his face carrying the expression of someone performing an action that costs him more pride than he is comfortable expending. He looked at Izuku for a long time. He looked at the uncovered face. The The scars visible for the first time in the daylight, the full extent of what the bandages had been hiding, laid bare. His expression went through something fast and complicated. Then his jaw set and his chin rose, and he said, with the energy of someone completing a transaction they have been delaying for weeks and can no longer justify postponing, "I'm glad you're not dead." He walked out immediately after. His footsteps in the hallway were fast and getting faster. The door swung shut behind him, and the room was empty of his presence and full of what he had left there. 4 words that meant more from that specific person than entire speeches meant from others. Izuku watched the doorway where Bakugo had been. His expression did something. A movement at his scarred mouth that was different from a smile but related to one, the complicated facial response of someone receiving something genuine from someone whose genuineness is rare, and therefore weighted with significance. Aizawa visited last. He came on the 3rd day, in the late afternoon when the light from the window was gold and long across the room. He sat in the chair beside Izuku's bed with his sleeping bag under his arm and his posture carrying the specific quality of a man who is finally allowing himself to be tired after spending days being strong for everyone who needed him to be. He looked at Izuku. They had changed. The bandages were gone. The scars were in the light. The boy who had hidden them had decided to stop hiding, and the man who had wrapped them was looking at the face that had grown around them and finding something there that he recognized and was grateful for. Survival. Complete. Comprehensive. Uncompromised. "How do you feel?" Aizawa asked. Izuku considered the question. His eyes moved from Aizawa to Mina in the adjacent bed, asleep again, her afternoon nap having pulled her under, her breathing even. Kaburamaru on her pillow with his head beside her ear. He looked at the snake on her pillow. He looked at his own hands, resting on his chest, the fingers that had held a blade and held a girl and pulled bandages down and chosen to be seen. "Like the world is worth staying in," he said. Aizawa nodded once. The nod was small and contained and carried 6 years of mornings and training sessions and classified conversations and the notebook he kept and the paperwork he filed and the career he had built around the specific purpose of turning what he found in the rain into what he was looking at now. He did not say anything else. He did not need to. The nod was complete. He stood up. He put the sleeping bag under his arm. He walked to the door. He paused at the threshold, his back to the room, his hand on the frame, his posture carrying the final weight of something he wanted to say and was choosing to say because this moment deserved it. "Get better," he said. "You still have years of things left to do." He left, the door closed behind him, the room settled into the kind of stillness that exists after something meaningful has concluded, and the world is returning to its normal rhythm. The hum of the medical equipment, the distant sound of the facility's operations beyond the wall, the breathing of 2 people recovering in adjacent beds with a white snake between them. Izuku lay back on his pillow. The light from the window fell across the room, across both beds, across Kaburamaru on the pillow beside Mina, across the uncovered scars that Izuku was carrying in the open for the first time since he was 14 years old. The world outside the window was the same world it had been yesterday. Ongoing, complicated, full of people who needed protecting, and mornings that needed to be gotten through in a future that stretched forward without the monsters that had been standing in it. He looked at the ceiling. He looked at Mina sleeping. He looked at Kaburamaru, whose amber eyes were half open, whose head was resting against Mina's neck, whose body carried the peace of a creature that had finally arrived at the end of a very long journey and found it warm and safe and exactly where it was supposed to be. It is, for the first time in his life, a world he is looking forward to.
The hero roster. A massive salute to the legends backing this journey. Your support is what keeps the momentum at an all-time high and the dream moving forward. You guys are the absolute best. Pro heroes, the elite front line, stepping up and setting the pace for the whole community. DA, Fire 05.
Symbol of peace. The pillars of the community, the titans who keep our foundations solid and the hype at an all-time high. Alexander Igarza, That Guy Miso, Deck, Lydell Scott Jr., James Martin, Victor Laroux, Rune Brokstad, Ariuse Bryant, Jonah Wheeler, T-Mac, XXHJRX3A7XX, Hyperbeams, Michael Murphy, Grand Region Kell, Sin Hunter, Logan Bland, Alexander Johannes, Alex Morgan, Ray Various, That Other Guy Too, Chad Reynolds, T. Mackie 68 Rimuru, A. Zetros, Dweller of the Deepest Depths, Lone Wolf, Jacob Ropes, Bully Maguire Shadow, Rathakit Thitiratnan Fakul, Neostar Productions, Asael Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Thunder, Sunawin 631, Elijah Saunders, Peter Hamilton, Freddie Rose, Omega, Akuma Noakami, Remorsefuls, Blackvein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SK8ER, Corey Tokars, Jan, Devin Black, Crow, Joe Bros, Ray Von Crimson River, Dante Alastor, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, KC, Howie 60, Ignacio. Hope of the universe, the ultimate guardians, celestial tier supporters whose impact literally shines across the galaxy. Void Rot, Chaos Umbre, Noroi Uzumaki Uchiha, Tyshawn Palmer, Coldbane 4, The Maniac 563, Debs, LS Morningstar, Marl, Spintown, I Shoot X50, Greg Green, James, Q Honyen Thompson, Juan, and Zeno KJ. Thanks for watching this complete epic story. If Izuku's journey from the cage to claiming his future hit you right in the feels, smash that like button, subscribe for more powerful what-if tales, and drop a comment with your favorite moment. See you in the next one. Stay strong, heroes.